Are you just playing on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone turned the light off.
You didn't get to see.
Boop.
Someone said something that we didn't get to see there.
If you want to do your intro again.
Are we live?
Yeah.
Okay, good morning everyone and welcome to the Falcor 2. We are at the Concepcion seep site off of central Chile this morning. We are on the seafloor at a depth of approximately 770 meters below the ocean surface. And we are preparing to do a survey of the seafloor at this seep site with our high resolution M3 sonar on the ROV Sebastian. We're currently positioned on the seafloor, getting prepared for that survey. And while we're here, we're checking out some of the abundant life that we've found here directly beneath our first survey point. We've got quite a few organisms here. We have seen some sea stars, some sea urchins, a variety of corals. We also see a bit of carbonate rock rubble here, all indicating what appears to be a fairly robust chemosynthetic community here, which is exactly what we would expect to find in a methane seep. We're on this position based on mapping that was conducted yesterday on the ship, where we identified plumes of gas bubbles emanating from very close to this location out of the seafloor. And so we'll look forward to checking that out and checking out all these organisms after the sonar survey later today.
Whenever I think of this, we should have the SOI's camera on the T4, so you can just destroy that board too.
Yeah.
We should probably give up this
Touches will come on our T4, so two.
Just put on the RAM.
Yeah. I think
Oh, here we go. I think we have a squat lobster backing his way into our view. That's pretty cool.
That's for sure. It's
Yeah.
definitely making it.
This is high drama right here.
Too bad you can't see the drifting. It's gonna be too far. Oh, no, it's all in focus.
Wow, that was cool.
It's gonna be with the, with the, it's gonna be too close here. I'll move the camera, you move it.
He's like, what is going on?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't you, sorry.
That's cool.
Oh, that looks nice. That looks nice.
That's a good shot right there.
Let it go out.
Yeah, let it go out. Then we just reverse it. It's just gonna come in. it's fine. It's working quite nice.
Nice.
Just literally just cross. Ooh, let it go there.
It's just like come left a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit still like.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that's good.
Fade out.
Get out. Get out of it.
Are you guys with the thrusters on or something?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Let's see, I can turn, maybe turn it now.
I can see that my camera was also shaking, but now I see that your guys also
Yeah.
shaking.
Just, done trimming it,
Yeah.
Okay, I've smart back. I'm gonna wait like 5 minutes to make sure it's stable, and then we can hop up.
but Roger.
All right, so we're working through a few last minute checks here, and in about 5 minutes, we'll be proceeding to our sonar survey of the seep site.
Hold up a little bit and see if we can let someone else before we leave here.
Can we try
I think your
another?
comments like.
Or what?
Try another kind of lighting. We call that halo light. It's like pinches anything. It's basically you're gonna light the gun from the top.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll tell you what, look at center Catholics.
So
You're obsessed with Sonar graphics now.
yeah, let's try anything and then we'll see how it looks with this camera on the halo.
So we
That?
have centered.
Yeah, but then try to push up a little bit. So try to let's see if we can find. Yeah, that light is quite too
Yes.
surround. Because I was trying to see if I can find like one spot at some
Oh,
angle.
we're trying to float around.
But that looks
It's
cool.
very-
That is
very
quite
true.
halo.
It's like stage lighting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Down light. I have to use that much for a trench, or else we'll float off.
It kind of works. It's also soft. You see, like the side light is a little, sometimes quite too contrast. The halo works nicely as well. It is more soft.
All this time with that, so it's still, it's obviously, we already have one.
Oh, we have the best thing ever.
But eventually, that would be good to get one of those in GoPros for you, so you guys can film yourself.
Yeah. We need to.
With a little land. It's fun. It's fun to play with.
Mike, 2026. I'm ready. Whatever you guys are.
We ready?
Let's do
Might
it.
as well just go
All
for it.
right. So we're gonna slowly leave behind our sea urchin friends here and make our way upwards to about 25 meters off the seafloor, where we'll start our multi-beam sonar survey of this seep site.
That's it.
Okay. Oh, so
Ooh.
bright. Oh.
Harsh.
Big reveal.
Yeah, everybody wake up. Man, that is a big sea star. That thing is just.
Is that worse?
Yeah. I mean, is it worse?
I mean, it's your personal
I don't know, it's
preference.
worse.
Which one compared to what?
It's more, it's better, more light, but more snow this way.
I like the shadow in the beginning.
You like the shadow?
I always like the shadow.
The drama of it all.
Yeah, it's
The
got real
drama.
snow. So you can see more.
To me, that's like someone slammed up the contrast.
On this?
Yeah.
Like right now? Dude, even
Not
more dramatic.
That's
Like
I don't
this.
know.
Like,
I don't know. That's what. We're getting into the bad there.
Mm.
look, it's like
Wow.
a starry night, get it? Get it?
Starry night.
Oh, yeah.
beautiful.
Alright.
Hey, we have
Look at fish.
some fish.
Shark. Is it a shark?
Oh, it looks like a shark.
Catch.
They were calling it a cat shark earlier. Yeah, it's a little cat shark.
Right, do you want me to set him off now, Alex?
Oh, no, we get the station.
Jeff, you can ping whenever you
All right.
want.
Start pinging. M3 is turned on, not logging yet until you get up to 25 meters and
What
on
are you doing?
the line.
Oh, sorry, to the right. It's fine. So that's- Let me resize. I'm just gonna steal your mouse real quick.
Okay.
Sorry, I give up.
All right, we are moving into position to start our sonar survey. We've got our sonar system on. Everything is looking good. All systems go.
All systems go. Okay.
Ah, so. Right when the fun does always start. So we just gotta start him off. Get a little bit of a head start until Alex is happy. And then try and keep this sort of separation, but obviously don't make him go all the way to the end, but stop him short. Follow him back down the next line, you know. And the lines get longer at the end.
Oh, you know what it is. All the stuff back there.
I'm just gonna make a single change to the depth sensor on Sprint and then we'll be ready.
We're all good on the INS depth and
Yeah, can you
All
swap
things.
to Okay.
so we should be going over bubble streams that we'll see in the M3, and you might see them in your forward-facing sonar.
Yeah, the scanning sonars can pick them up if there's enough bubbles in the stream.
And if we see one and I call it out, we're going to do a C-log observation, but if you could drop a waypoint, if I could call out a bubble stream, just put it wherever the vessel is.
Okay.
So when we do the dive later, it's an option to go to it.
Yeah, I think where the ROV is.
Where the ROV is, because we might be able to tell if it's to the port or to the starboard, but we won't really have a great idea. So just the ROV position, and then we'll just make a note that it's somewhere close to that spot.
Yeah. And that'll, hopefully we'll get them a set of waypoints to visit for sampling later.
Yeah.
But it looks like if they drop down anywhere in here, they're going to be seeing some pretty cool stuff.
So, the, oh shoot, that's this fire.
That's Sprint. Or sorry, is that Sage?
Yeah. The ground fault.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna, the way we've been getting the best results is we've just been moving the vessel, like over, like in this case, to over the same distance as to the next transect, and we're stopping a bit short. And we just are getting them going cross them at the end, come over and then follow them down.
I'm still having issues with sprint.
Hmm? Yes. Yeah, and we'll just manage the delta to make sure that we're.
Okay, if we have to disable depth for a minute.
You want me to disable that?
You're already out of depth anyway.
Oh, it already turned off?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Why does this, does Sprint have any connection to M3? How it comes up in vehicle?
I don't think so. I know it uses INS. Sorry, it uses MRU data, but I don't know that it uses INS data.
This is the second time that we've turned on the M3 and Sprint is not happy.
Goes through the, what the, who the Ethernet?
I don't know, Sprint's route.
This was good at 8.
Okay, we're just gonna restart the computer.
Oh. What is it? That's weird.
What's weird?
I was just playing with, you know what, it's just because station one probably didn't have it. I'm looking at the settings for the waypoints as well.
How is it? Do you have any configuration on how it deals with auto altitude?
It's on, well, we have it set to depth. But which deals with auto altitude?
In terms of the amount of effort the vehicle has to do and
You can't see any of that through green trees, like through the code. Where would I find it?
I have to look it up.
Because I can see that.
You're right, maybe it's
I can
through
see
the
it on-
YML.
I can see it on the YML,
Okay.
but I don't know how to see it on here. I gotta find it. That's not any settings on that. Why, if you detuned it on altitude to get this in. What's that?
Sprint.
I think we use it as Ethernet,
Yeah.
but it can be a serial device. It's a configuration.
This is on on the side. GEOMAR. On the Ethernet.
So we run the INS on Ethernet, so it will have, you can connect, you have multiple serial connections, as well as Ethernet connections. So I think we're connected to, something connected to all the boards.
Do you mind if I pull up the M3?
Yeah.
does the data we're getting for, like, directly from memory, does that come from through the internet? Or sorry, through
All
serial?
of the data you're getting is direct except for depth. That's why you're not getting depth.
Right, so we get,
You're getting it,
so we get raw Lodestar data,
yeah.
and then we also can choose devices. So it's working, we just can't.
It's working subsea, yeah. I just can't connect to an Ethernet service.
Is everything else on the internet can't work? That's the only thing in common, I think, is that you can just do.
Maybe,
It's like, how are they?
I know that's the only thing I can think of, but would that take down Sprint?
Yes. I think that's really our only, not the reason, pretty sure.
You can see that.
You can see it now.
Yeah.
Try and clicking connect. But, I mean, I can just ping in the background. Okay, we have it back. We might as well just go until something happens.
Okay.
Although, let me try toggling on N3. Alright. So we do it.
Okay,
All right.
ready to start the first line?
Ready to start our first line. So,
Okay, you're gonna start logging?
yep, start of line 1.
Start at line 1, logging started.
All right, so we're getting underway on our survey of the seep site here at Concepcion.
What speed you want to do?
We are using the onboard M3 sonar on the ROV Sebastian to generate a very highly detailed map of the bottom, which will guide our exploration efforts and sampling efforts on the seafloor.
And you want him to be in auto altitude?
Auto depth mode, please. How, has there been any issues with the sound velocity on this? Are you getting sound velocity from the CTD and piping it into M3?
Yes.
Because there's a pretty,
Yeah, I see
pretty
it
clear
curving.
smile or curving at the edges. I see it reading 1481.95 and it hasn't changed in a while.
Yeah, let me see.
Oh, it changed to 1496, 1481.95, 96.
So as we conduct our survey, we'll be watching the sonar acquisition screen. What we know is that it shows quite clearly when we go over things like those mounds we've been seeing on the seafloor. We see those shapes through the sonar imagery, as well as the area of the seafloor that's a bit harder around those mounds. So we're keeping our eye throughout the survey for those to drop waypoints so that our colleagues can visit those sites later today.
Looks like it's updating. It's
It-
just rounding on.
Yeah, it's updating, but well, maybe it's getting,
That's what the CT is reading,
yeah.
unfortunately. Maybe it's just smiling down there.
Well, it could be,
I know.
but yeah, it's something that I can take a look at in processing.
Yeah.
Can make a sound speed correction, and since we only use the single velocity, it's a little easier to
Yeah.
flatten and then apply. But yeah, it's a little,
I mean, your range is set very low in terms of coloring.
yeah,
You have a very small window.
it's in 5 meters.
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah, we just
Maybe it's
So what point
okay.
two is, I guess, just.
I'll
select
keep an
over-
eye on it.
From a previous plan.
If it's updating, it's getting it.
Yeah, yeah.
So that is what the CTD is reading, whether or not the CTD is right or not.
Mm-hmm. What is sage doing?
Nothing. Just reading baseline.
Baseline sage.
Baseline sage.
As we conduct the survey, we have our SAGE methane sensor on the ROV as well. So we're going to be using that instrument to detect any elevated spikes in the concentration of dissolved methane in the seawater around the ROV. That will also give us a hint as to where the seeps are below the ROV on the seafloor.
You auto them. This is just for history.
These cameras. A really cool trick when we become really happy with you is you actually push over my balance.
Yeah.
It's my favorite. I caught a really cool monophore after I accidentally did that. And it made it all over social media because looked like it was just orange, like super vibrant.
Yeah, it's strange.
Joe was really good.
Here's a mound below us.
Yeah.
So did Sage spike at all when we were on bottom?
Oh yeah. Sage
yeah.
was quite elevated. We were like 50 ppm baseline,
Okay.
which is higher than some of the actual spikes we've seen.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Just sitting there watching the.
Just sitting there.
Wow.
Yeah. And whatever we did coming down, we went up to about 150 and then dropped off, sitting at 25, so we probably came down through the plume somewhere.
Oh, wow,
Right
that's-
above the plume.
that's
Yeah.
very cool.
Because there's just a
I
sharp,
was like, yes, I planned this all.
Just how we drew it up.
yeah, so here's the sage, if you want to look, here's the sage data of
Oh, wow.
coming down through the plume and then just sitting on bottom at various little spots.
Wow.
So lots of methane around.
Very good. So our methane sensor is showing us lots of methane in this area where we were stopped in the seafloor and on our way down. So we may have passed through a plume of methane bubbles in the water column on our way to the seafloor. All exciting. These are promising to be some very active seep sites.
Keeping my eyes peeled. The first
Which one?
anomaly in the water column data.
How come this one doesn't say exactly like that, it's not camera and stuff?
It's just the drivers. Drivers 3 is low light, driver 4 is high, and then 5 is camera. It's unlabeled.
Yeah. You should think that.
I'd have to consult the manual. I'm serious, I would.
probably cut a small bump from going over that mound.
Do we get a small bump?
Small.
It's coming up a little bit.
Small.
So we mapped a seep right on that crossing line that we just passed. Just
Thought
to
there
the
might
side,
be a reason
just
the
to the side of
crossing
where
line
we
was
are.
there.
Do you see
Yeah.
bubbles?
No
Oh, no.
Mapped it
bubbles.
on 712.
We saw lots of bubbles on the 712.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
But can the M3 also see
Okay.
bubbles?
Yes.
They're gonna go by pretty fast.
Yeah, we're just gonna get a few pings.
Way HD.
We're pinging at 10 hertz. 10 pings a second.
Line 2
That's.
Line
should
two's
go
gonna be good?
over 1 or 2
What's up,
Okay.
based on the 712 position.
Nice.
Too good?
So line 1, we're dialing it in on line 1.
That's right. We're boxing it in.
Multi-beam surveying is really a labor, but comes with a nice product at the end. Where you go back and forth, mow the grass, and you get a great picture at the end of it. But we have to go through looking at the water column for a while.
Yeah, just drifting marine snow.
But that makes it so when we're sampling, we go exactly to where we need to.
Right.
Really.
That's right.
We put the time in now, so our sampling efforts and our coring efforts are more targeted and not haphazard.
Yeah, it's important to have a good map to give context to all that sampling and how things are related.
Cool. Will, let's see, this is 86. Yeah, no, I'll just come back down and I'll swap you out, like, zip, I guess, swap out. And then, we're gonna have to do that. That's not good. They're just the exact same as what we did last time, so we're gonna be good. So, yeah, so definitely should be the vessels 1.8. So if you just like have them set to the next line, but opposite.
Through the
The vessel.
zigzag?
Yeah, because where he's got it right now is like perfect, because it's just gonna make 110 meters from the vessel.
Heck yeah.
So, and the pressures have been good, which means when we turn around, we might be fighting a little bit. But should be ideal. Mike went through and changed all the weights.
We changed all.
So I just have to push nice. We should just have to push nice. We had to tell him when you're stopping and then tell him when you're.
That's too much responsibility, those two things.
But the biggest thing is just make sure that obviously the vessel's where you want it, and then make sure that we're not demanding too much stress and keep an eye on the pressure.
Who's driving this thing?
What?
There's no one driving this thing.
It's been this way the whole time.
I know.
Well, every dive the same.
Every dive.
So,
We're actually
just
on
go back to the
autopilot.
office.
I just walked through the sunnies. Just walked through the sunnies water bottle. Can I have my water bottle? No. Thanks.
Not all my kids are 14.
Sage.
Can you believe it, honey?
Nobody say the S word.
She's like,
She's So who's bringing the gum in here?
I think Scott brings the double in. I got a lot of this orbit.
Wow.
Yeah.
How was it work?
Oh, was
The
that?
orbit?
Was that a passive aggressive or cluster
No, it wasn't.
Oh my,
It's in
there's
my
so much
face.
gum in the room.
Wow, who keeps bringing that? I wish I had some.
Would
You
anyone
guys
else
like
like some
gum?
gum?
What else are we gonna do?
All right, microphone.
He's always professional first.
No, yeah, probably came out. It's okay, I'll take the trash off.
I'm saving it for my gum. Quite funny.
Yeah, you big Halloween plans do not.
No, I need to. Do you?
No.
See, now's the time I need to get creative, but I literally have no materials and we're on a trip.
We got a lot of like M6 bolts.
Okay, that does help.
Building a plan. When
Can
sending
you
it-
3D print
Oh, whatever
me
you want.
something?
Yeah, we can make some helmets. We can make masks.
We'll have to start them now if we want one helmet by the time.
True.
Sages. What I can see from Scott's screen is it's a little elevated since we've found this northern spot. As if we've kind of come to this and then gone back down.
So we're seeing some elevated readings on our methane sensor.
Nothing like what we saw when we were descending though. That's a big spike.
Yeah. Seems like this whole area just has a bit of higher dissolved methane in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Alright.
Okay.
End of line.
End of line.
So we've completed our first survey line. We're going to turn around here, move to the side, and go the opposite direction as we quite literally mow the lawn here. Fill out our map of the Concepcion seep site.
You guys doing these cross lines too?
Yeah, I'll record them.
And that's the start.
Start a line.
Because, I don't think it works for this now, it's just. And then, once you get onto the next line, we'll auto, we're still doing that, right? So we'll
Going up to
keep
25.
20 meters,
Uh,
25?
I think if you just stay at this, it's gonna get deeper to the south.
Okay, perfect.
So let's just try to keep it at this altitude and it'll go back to about 20, 25 when we get to the southern
Nice.
part.
Okay.
If I start seeing it have significant depth changes, we'll make a change.
Okay.
But it looks like the swath width is staying pretty constant.
That's good.
Yeah, it's really good.
So, I'm wondering if the other sound we see in there and the sonar, forward-facing sonar.
That's an O line.
In a line.
And then
The old shit moving center.
end
Says-
of line.
You can.
Forward-facing sonar or the DVL.
Oh, it's probably the video. We can wait, it's not urgent, it's not affecting the data.
No, that's not it. Make the turn.
Yeah. Just gonna get the shit moving so we don't.
Oh, yeah.
Bridge RV, new waypoint.
Sweet. Alright, we're gonna do our turn.
We'll rotate.
Start a line.
Start a line.
Start line 2.
Line 2. Let's see, we're starting this one at 6:10. So see how long these lines have taken us.
Till 8.
Hmm?
Are we going till 8 or 9?
I think we should go until we're done.
Okay.
We lost an hour on getting
Yeah.
things set up, so.
So we've got 2 to 3 hours of.
Oh, is that it? There's either, there was a fish where I thought it was gonna turn into a plume.
False alarm. We've got 2 to 3 hours of mapping survey ahead of us here. as we fill out the map. And immediately after that, we will descend to the seafloor and begin sampling and exploring the community there.
It's on its way. Is that it? Speaking of it, the kids.
Last year we were working with 2 AUVs and that was pretty lit.
That's Do you guys have a favorite ship to map on?
Favorite what?
Ship to map with?
I wish I could
course
say
not us.
I wish I could say the Falcor, but maybe when the bow gets adjusted.
Yeah, that's true.
Favorite ship to map on? You know, the Thompson and the Ravel are pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Their
Ones and
gondolas
yours.
are fairly well positioned.
That sounds nice.
But every ship's a little different though. They all have their quirks.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
I don't know if any of the UNOS vessels have the 124 that's this big. It's when it works really well.
Yeah. Good weather.
Yeah.
We're very weather dependent.
Yeah, we had a little trouble last night with the mapping going to the south. The waves are starting to pick up a little bit, so the bubbles were giving us a little bit of trouble. We worked around it though. I think we're gonna have a good map nonetheless.
The Sally Ride has a similar setup to here with the 124 and the SPP 29. So I was on it a month ago. It did pretty well,
That's good.
but it's a smaller ship.
Yeah.
Still pretty new, I think.
Yeah. It's
When
one
did
of
they come online? 5 or 6 years ago?
I think a little or
Maybe
later
10.
than that, but yeah, in the last 10.
Yeah.
The astronaut class vessels, the Sally Ride and the Armstrong.
Well, they named all the space shuttles after oceanographic research vessels, so I guess we had to
It was a repaint.
return the favor.
Yeah.
Yeah, name some oceanographic research vessels after astronauts.
We're all explorers. Take a look at it. You see the seafloor? It's like a little depression.
You should have your bear.
See what we got.
You should do it on it, it's kind of working.
Heck yeah.
Pretty reflective bottom there.
Yeah, the backscatter map. See the beam intensity map. It's not. It's backscatter a little bit. It's not the same though. We don't have the full swath,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's gonna be pretty neat.
Mm.
See how the shell clam beds look in the backscatter.
So have we dove on this area and we're just mapping it, or is this a different area?
This is a different area. So
Okay.
we have not yet dove here. We're 5 kilometers away from where we dove yesterday.
Wow, okay.
And this is a site we picked because there are 4 or 5 gas bubble plumes coming out of the seafloor that we saw on Sonar. All pretty concentrated in this area, which means lots of methane, which hopefully means lots of life and hopefully very abundant communities on the seafloor.
How are we looking on Sage, Scott?
It's elevated. It's not
Oh.
spikes, but it's elevated. It's also possibly related to how much altitude we're changing end of line to end of line.
Yeah, there's about, we go from 25 meters altitude to about 17.
Yeah.
So yeah, we do get closer to the seafloor.
Yeah. So
No,
I don't
no,
know
the
what
seafloor gets closer
percentage
to us.
time.
We're not changing, the seafloor's changing.
Seafloor is in fact changing.
Yes.
It's not us, it's them.
It's
It's
not
them.
us, it's them.
It's the whole
We,
planet.
we have a ROV-centric viewpoint of the universe.
Everything revolves around Sebastian.
Well, it is the center of our universe right now.
It's true.
Beautifully said.
Looks like we're getting some rocky, maybe more rough area over off the port side swaths.
That's where we imaged a seep.
Oh, I'm keeping an eye
It's
on
all
it.
lining up.
Yeah, so the current, I was just looking at that, it's weak, but it's to the north.
Is it weak north / east / weak?
Yeah, so.
It's a lot of
There's no way.
slashes there.
Yeah, I know when we went over the other small amount on that first line, it was to the northeast a bit, so.
Those are-
Yeah, I think they're fish or squid, yeah. Keep seeing some returns in our mapping sonar that we're hopeful are gas bubbles, but appear so far to just be some fish, or maybe
Yeah,
squid
or
up in the
squid.
water column that the
Sort of getting some bounces off.
sonar is bouncing off of, yeah. There's a fish swimming beneath us.
It's the expensive fish finder working.
Yeah.
M3 data's looking really clean. It's very nice data right now.
Methane is up to the highest it's been so far at 25 meters.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Coming in. Methane hot. Got a mound kind of maybe forming underneath
Kind of.
us, underneath the ROV.
Yeah, that looks like one.
So Adam, what do you think so far? We haven't done much dives yet, but El Quisco versus Concepcion, pretty different.
Pretty different environments, those two, yeah. Yeah, different kind of places, which is neat to explore and see a little bit of the difference in these locations. El Quisco is much more little isolated mounds and a lot of bacterial mat. And I didn't see the whole dive today, but I don't think they're seeing so much bacterial mats
We
here.
did not see those isolated bacterial mats like at El Quisco, but we didn't have a lot of time to explore. So it's possible there's some sections with it, but there's tons of clams. We're about twice as deep.
Yeah,
So we're at 400 meters water depth at El Quisco, and we're
around 800.
800-ish here,
Mm-hmm.
6 to 8. So different communities living at different depths.
Definitely appear to be different biological communities. And
Did see tubeworms though, when we found the active seep site on the yesterday. So
we do have tubeworms at both locations. Yeah, and part of that difference, well, we'll see, yet to be seen, but part of that difference may be, as we've mentioned, the methane is the base of the food web and the ecosystem here, and up at El Quisco, it appeared to be sort of perhaps some shallow methane just slowly seeping out at a couple locations, whereas here, with these plumes in the water column, and some more complicated seafloor tectonics. There's some fractures and some faults. Looks like we might have quite a bit more of that, which might translate into either potentially more abundant communities or communities with different organisms in them. And certainly, as you said, depth is very important in the ocean. Our communities change a lot vertically with depths because the conditions in the oceans change so much with depth. So certainly expecting to see some different things here because of that.
We got a little bouncy on the depth for the last little bit here. Is something fluctuating or?
No,
Okay, just keep an eye
but
on it.
I'm keeping an eye. Actually, yeah.
Are we, with the cable, are we pulling a little bit? What is it?
Potentially.
Because that was one thing where, whether we're in front of the boat or behind it was seemingly, had some impact if the cable's pitching us a little bit, but.
Yeah, generally it's better when we were behind the boat and
We're kind of coming next to it, maybe, I don't know, just, it still looks really good though.
No, that's a good
Yeah.
point. I mean, we are seeing more in all of the depth sensors. It seems like Sebastian did go a little up and down. That's the way.
As we try to dial in the best way to use the M3,
Yeah.
we're still learning. getting close to the end of our line. And I think line 3 is when things gonna get a little potentially more interesting.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I think between line 2 and 3, we could see some. It's a little hard to tell. When we use the sonar on the ship to map these bubble plumes, we can obviously see them, and we do our best to trace them to the seafloor to find that point where the bubbles are coming out. But just given the limitations of the detail on the ship-based sonar, we can only really get within a point that's maybe plus or minus 10 or 15 meters, maybe even a little bit more than that. And so that's one of those things where when we subsequently map with the M3, we're going to have much more detail about those positions and be able to nail them down with a greater level of detail, which allows us to put the ROV closer to them and hopefully have less searching to do when the ROV is on the floor, on the seafloor to find them.
It's amazing.
That was when we wondered if there are
That was from the dozen stopping.
It's smooth now, right?
It's smooth now, yeah.
Right, yeah, it's smoothed out. Was there a change?
Yeah, it's the ship's problem. No, he said it was from the vessel stopping. It's moved.
Oh, okay.
Caught up with it.
So the ROV mapping has the extra considerations when you've got a tether with an AUV, just nice and free and move how it wants.
Until they run into a seamount.
Well, that does happen.
Yeah.
So the vessel move was causing a bit of a tension on the ROV? Is that kind of the thinking, that a slight pulling as the vessel was moving?
I think when it was stopping moving.
Okay.
So whatever maneuvering Al has to do to
Mm-hmm.
slow us down, maybe it's not as smooth
Okay.
as ideal, but
I think it still looked great. I mean, it was
end of line.
in the line.
Into the line.
Yeah, but even with those little jitters, it's still looking good.
Yeah.
It's good to be nitpicking.
Well, we're just seeing where the
It's a good problem to have.
little,
It just means we're past the big rip.
yeah, we're dialing in.
Yeah.
Alright, going to the cross line.
Cross the line.
Making our move.
Turn. These turns are so much faster than the vessels.
Yeah.
Start line.
Start a line.
Zero turning radius lawnmower here.
Yeah.
I think you might have been right about the sound velocity not being an issue, that we just started in an area that was kind of a bowl.
Yeah.
Because things have look a lot flatter or consistent across.
Yeah. Sage is slowly creeping up.
Sage is slowly creeping down.
down.
I do think we're seeing a signal of our different altitudes off the seafloor, because we're 6, 7 meters closer at the north end. We're reading higher methane
Wow.
at the north end of the line, and then there's a little spike about where the crossing line is
That's
each
incredible.
time.
It's incredible how sensitive it is.
Yeah.
And the
How do you calibrate that?
The line.
So this is actually, when's the last time we calibrated this instrument? This was calibrated like 4 weeks ago probably in Samoa. It needs very little calibration. We usually calibrate about once every 6 weeks.
Start a line.
Start a line.
Use a bottle of 1,000 ppm
Start your RV,
methane,
like,
run it in,
Starting line
and see
30.
what it comes to after about an hour. And we've never read anything outside of 1,008 to 1,024.
Wow.
So,
I wish our pH was something like that.
yeah, I want to look at that pH sensor, Jules, and see what the data is from our different spots.
Mhm.
Because this might be a good place to look at that data.
Yeah. That's a good point. I'm reading pretty solidly 8 here.
Interesting.
Green juice, huh?
Yeah, it's delicious. Actually, it's,
You.
the things, waves.
Yeah.
That's from the liquid from the vessel stuff. It's everything else.
That's what we were.
So can you explain
But
that? So the vessel stuff.
it's just changing the load on the umbilical. So like when you got, you're in the autos, right?
Yeah.
It's like if you look at the command,
Oh.
the thrust is like relatively constant.
Yeah.
Because the load on the umbilical is relatively constant. When the vessel stops, if that changes, it'll overshoot. And it has to like
I see.
figure out the
So it's Sebastian wind.
percent load on the umbilical.
Okay.
Because there's always going to be a little bit of that from the heat of the vessel, so we're pretty flat right now, which is why like it should be pretty flat. We're both moving at the same speed when the vessel stops. It's climbs a little bit.
So like when you're walking a dog and you stop
Yeah.
and the dog keeps going.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. So just starts pulling a little bit.
If the dog was on auto death.
Yes.
I typically maintain my dog on auto death.
And if you look at the umbilical, it's always trailing back, so it's like it's
Yeah.
everything kind of.
I don't know. I think mine is pretty usually on auto altitude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or what, it's a auto,
So if you do
auto
see
food.
I don't think you really are interested in, but we did go up, yeah, last time we were on, it was just sunk the vessel past the end of the line.
Mm.
So it didn't stop, so you just went all the way past.
You hear that sound?
So, yeah, because otherwise if you don't stop the vessel short, obviously it'll just be like another 15 minutes every line waiting for the vessel.
Sure. Sure.
But I was thinking, like, you could try asking the bridge to, if they can accelerate slower rate.
You should try that.
What else did I add?
I like this thinking.
To decelerate.
I like the
Yeah,
the
just-
efficiency gains. 15 minutes in line is a big deal.
Yeah.
So that's what I was thinking, maybe that's something that might help with the vessel slows down.
Mhm.
I don't know if that's in having, but if like a waypoint short, that's like a halfway speed. And then go to it. To zero.
He just picks the speed, right? Is it literally him saying slow, slow, slow?
I think so. I think
Yeah.
that's separate, because I think that otherwise it just needs a range of bearing, that's it.
Yeah.
But the speed, I think you can change that.
Well,
Just a thought.
let's give it a shot.
Can you tell them how to drive it to the
I will. Hey, it's Juliana. Good morning. How are you? Oh, so are we. So are we. We love M3ing. We are seeing a little bit of spikes in the ROV depth when the ship stops moving, which is basically just a change in the tension on the tether when we're in autos. So we were wondering when you are approaching the waypoint, if you are able to kind of slow us down while approaching the waypoint. Yeah. Yeah, does that work? Okay. Cheers, guys.
All right. Teamwork makes
No
the dream work.
problem.
No problemo.
Ratchet speed now.
And we're still looking for flares, bubble plumes in the M3 data. Haven't seen any yet. Fish, yes. Mounds, yes. Depressions, yes. Sage,
Yes.
yes.
And it's important to note that you do not need to have bubbles to have bubble plumes to have a seep. Sometimes dissolved methane seeps out of the seafloor with no clear bubbles. But one of the reasons we like them is that they have a really strong return on our sonar. So there is a tool that helps us find new seeps by finding these bubble plumes. That leads us to them. And it also means that if there's bubbles coming out of the seafloor, there's a lot of methane there.
Yeah.
And so that can drive more robust.
Bubbles coming out of the seafloor indicate an oversaturation of methane. You know, like it's not able to be at least held in the pore space or consumed.
Right.
So it typically are the spots where the highest flux of methane is occurring.
That's where we hope to find the most exciting things in the seafloor.
The most energy.
Yeah.
For the
Yes, the most
system.
energy.
But I'm not. Yeah.
But I've gone down and had a bubble stream be, sometimes they're young or relatively recent bubble streams where it's like, oh, it's just the sediment with a little hole.
Little hole in the
And
ground,
there's some
nothing living there.
bubbles coming out.
Yeah.
So you get a hot leads on. This guy's serious.
Yesterday we had to search around and there was just in one of the clam beds, little
Yeah.
bubbles coming out.
It's a tree.
But when we can also measure that, we can take samples of that gas
Wow. Wait, that was.
Yes.
directly
That was
instead of having to get a core or, oh, is that?
You turned it to a different person.
Did you give me the seal?
That might be,
The next time.
it was either a fish swimming with us or a seep near the
I
seafloor.
think we're in the right place for a seep.
Oh, here's a seep.
There's one. Can we drop a
yeah.
waypoint right here?
Nice.
Drop a waypoint. We just went over a seep on and imaged on the M3. And by seep I mean bubbles coming into the water column. Yes. The whole area is a seep. But we found a bubble emission site.
That's right. Good. That's about where we were hoping to find one.
Good. So there's one. Check. Now sage.
See one.
Check. But we'll see if sage responds in the next 3+ minutes.
Yep.
Maybe N3.
Looks like some more mounds coming up on the seafloor here
Yeah.
as well.
Maybe number one.
ROV Sebastian. N3
Yeah,
is
okay, you
6-1.
can see the
Why is sonar not capitalized?
nice, maybe carbonate outcrops or bold, like carbonate mounds.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Wow, look at that.
There's some more coming up here.
That was right at the cross line. Did you know exactly where you were expecting them?
Adam, this isn't Adam's first rodeo.
We're surprised, but
He's
we're
picked-
not surprised.
Yeah. He's picked a few bubble plumes in his day.
Just a few.
1,000.
Thousands of bubble plumes.
Look at all these mounds.
Yeah, it's really
This
cool.
is a neat spot.
I
This
can't
is.
wait to see the response in Sage in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't wait to see it, the video that's
Yeah.
down there.
yeah, that's what I thought you were gonna say. Can't wait to dive on this.
No, this is a good sign, Scott. You've trained us all. Like, I can't wait till we see Sage.
Can't wait till I see those numbers come in.
It's possibly the most important instrument.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's the only direct measurement of the methane.
Yeah. This is nice. Yeah, the seafloor is starting to look really cool.
Yeah. Yeah,
Really interesting.
some roughness there.
I'm sorry
It's
for
great.
That seafloor is rough.
Oh, there's a big mound we're going over right now.
Big.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we should put a waypoint there as well if we can.
Wiggle
It's either a carbonate outcrop or we're starting to see the big tubeworm mounds again.
Wow.
Those might be, yeah,
Because they're fairly circular. And
kind of.
we kind of on the other at El Quisco, like the tops of the mounds had the little elevated spot.
Should we call it the saber mound?
Mhm.
Yeah.
A what?
M3 target.
Yeah, in 3 target, or in if you want to put large mounds.
Yeah, just really just to guide
Yeah.
the sampling effort later today.
I bet. Tubeworms.
I bet those are tubeworms. They've got the look about them.
Yeah.
Sort of the bulbous top to the mound. Yeah.
Cool. We got a tubeworm imager.
Do you guys want to talk about the visuals we're seeing?
With
In terms
the
of
water
aggregation?
column looks great. The visuals on the M3.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
what
the big.
point
I've been
view?
kind of pointing them out with the cursor. It's you can see these circular mounds, and then the seep was, I think, back behind it, or was it off the screen?
Yeah, I think it was off the screen.
But we've dropped a few waypoints to go investigate these later in the dive. Then we have these other mounds over here, which could be just more large tubeworm fields.
Oh,
there's a
little
fish.
little fish. Has Sebastian done a lot of surveying up in the water column?
Like this?
Yeah,
Yeah.
where you're not seeing the bottom?
Yeah.
What is the coolest thing that has just like shown up in front of the camera unexpectedly?
Not a lot on these
Not a lot?
surveys.
Yeah,
Not a
nothing
lot on the
comes in.
surveys, but one time on the descent, one of our pilots saw this huge object out of the aft cam. We like paused everything, we turned around, and it was a big phantom jelly.
Oh,
Which
cool.
has like huge, like cascading tentacles and
Oh,
stuff
that's
like that.
awesome.
It was incredible.
That is really cool.
And then another time, we were just on bottom, kind of looking at this rocky outcrop, and we got a flying spaghetti monster just like bounce in front of the camera.
That's awesome.
That was the kind of thing that you're like, I've never seen that before. I don't know what that is.
I saw the other
That
day
is so weird.
when they were recovering, there was a sea lion that like popped right in front of the screen right as they were up at the surface and just kind of looked right in the camera and
Yeah.
like, swam around. It's like, that's pretty cool.
Davide said that sea lion was just screaming outside.
Really?
Just goes, rah, 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 rah. And he thought, he said he first thought that someone was calling for help or
Oh
something.
no,
Oh, man.
And then he just looked over like, oh, that sea lion is
Sea
just
lion.
yelling at us, or
Yeah.
barking.
That's funny.
He's probably saying, where's the fish? Where's the fish? You're supposed to be a fishing vessel here, giving me fish
That's
scraps.
true. on one cruise, we had just a mobule array that was, I don't know, maybe 2 meters, 1 meter across. It would just hang out next to the ship all day. And you would just take a break and you just stand by the side and just watch it do laps up and down the ship.
Mhm.
That's cool.
It would be right, like you could look right down on it too.
Or in the Galapagos when those white tip ocean sharks just circled the boat.
Yeah.
Or was that Monica Bright? That was Monica Bright, because we were staying one place forever, right?
Yeah.
Just circle.
I think the mobula was bright as well.
Could be. Stationary.
Yeah, we have a nice big spike from going over those mounds.
We do?
Yeah.
Good.
Good.
Or the bubble plume, all that happened
Good.
relatively
They're
close.
pretty close together. That'll definitely be a target for them to visit later today.
This seafloor is a little interesting. It's kind of seems a bit more chaotic.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is more indicative of clam beds.
It might be. We were thinking the clam beds would be
What are they? Just a little elevated.
extensive enough to just to show up on the sonar.
I'm pretty sure the backscatter's gonna see it really clearly, but are they also just a slight elevated section? As they fade into the background, as the depth pushes them away. The depth, the color scale. I have it on auto. I could change it, but it's changed. The depths are variable enough to where it's kind of showing a nice picture.
Yeah.
We're about done with this line at 6:50. So we did 2 lines in 40 minutes.
20 minutes online?
It's about 20
Yeah,
minutes.
about 21.
20, yeah, 21 minutes a line.
3 more
So, like,
hours.
2 more hours then?
That's 1 more hour. Maybe, I don't know, it's a little bit longer, so.
Yeah, probably 2.5
Oh, right, the cross line.
for the cross line. Those.
Cross line's like the most important one too.
It could be if it's not. We can make the map without it.
Right, but.
I think we
it's
could get the
going
map to a
directly
very
over.
nice. It could help if there's issues.
Mhm.
We haven't had much. There's been a little bit of drift in the navigation, but very small. The cross line would let us see if there's any
Oh, I see.
drift in the INS
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
over some features from the start to the end of the survey.
Yeah, I don't really know how much is to be expected.
Well, the fact that it's not a linear drift, at least in all your sensors, because your position should be because you have the USBL
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
constantly
it gets
giving it the
updated.
update.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
But the USBL has a large-ish uncertainty compared to some of your other sensors that are also drifting, maybe in a linear drift. When Imbari does their AUV mapping, they don't have any USBL tracking during the AUV, and they just assume a linear drift and do cross lines
Yeah.
and do a nav adjustment based on overlapping lines. And make some assumptions that there's just a linear drift in the INS. And it
Yeah.
seems to work out good. They make really nice maps.
That's interesting. I'm wondering how our vehicle would respond to that in terms of the autos,
Yeah, it would.
actual flying.
You have a really tight integrated system. The INS is really good. The Sprint generates a really nice nav.
You don't mention the S word.
Oh yeah.
Shouldn't say it.
We aren't seeing any of those jitters in the data now, huh?
I don't see. It looks really smooth.
They're coming to a stop. Yeah, nothing in the depth.
Write that down.
Nice.
Nice. Tight.
Very
White.
tight. Tight like a tiger.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Look at that. We're learning. We're building the SOP.
He's not stopped yet, so
Well, we're almost done with the line, so that's okay.
that's a good point.
And oh line.
End of line.
Oh, look at that.
What?
On the front camera, there was a jellyfish with
Oh.
a kind of unique shape to it.
Cool.
Ooh, there it goes.
Making our turn. to
Turn. And turn.
Start a line.
Start the line.
Start a line. Yeah, had some early consultations, talks with Dave Caress at Bari about doing the M3 mapping before looking at some data that was sent from Chicago to the Galapagos stuff, maybe. He was thinking maybe have you turn off the USBL for the
Yeah.
M3 survey and do nav adjustments if there was a. But I think your USBL is really well calibrated also. You've got
Yeah.
ended up not being an issue.
So I used to work on the Kielwana, and the mapping was well dialed in terms of no interference, no bubbles,
Yeah.
which is quite opposite from what we have here. But tracking was, for the USBL, was so difficult because it would refract on each hole.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
the catamaran.
catamaran, yeah.
Yeah. But
You'd have to get a really long pole.
yeah. With this ship, we have the best USBL tracking I've ever seen. Like usually it's just a plug and play, on,
Yeah.
off. It tracks, it doesn't track. Whereas that was a huge issue on my other ship.
How often do you do a USBL
End
to
of
that?
line.
Every shipyard,
The line?
Just every shipyard. Wow.
yeah, we should we do any more?
Alright, making our turn.
Start, stop logging. And then you can do your turn.
Do turn.
Turn.
Where's your RV? You waypoint.
Start a line.
Start a line. Yeah, the company I worked for, when we do projects that involved tracking, we had to do a calibration and a verification every project.
Yeah.
Which is, nobody trusts anybody.
Yeah.
You have to show us that it works.
I
And
mean, it's not a bad
right
way
before
of starting a cruise.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
But I think it's, if you have it calibrated and the system is not being like taken off.
Those were our turns. shipyard to getting good surveys
Uh-huh.
of the ship, and it all starts with that. And if you don't have good surveys,
Yeah.
you
The-
can't ever
The trickle down.
trickle
the-
down, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Seemed like good surveys and a lot of thought into the antenna
Yeah.
positions.
Yeah. That was probably the biggest hurdle we had during the first year of operations, was not getting reliable nav. But we ended up adjusting the antennas and changing the corrections. So knock on wood, it's been pretty reliable.
That's great.
Yeah, John was really leading that in terms of getting the offsets and nav really, really solid.
Mhm. Well, it's similar to the M3 where on a small scale you take care of the big things and then you can dial it. You can actually see results from small changes.
Yeah.
Because if you have bad offsets or bad like installation parameters, no matter what you do, you're kind of going to be fighting against large uncertainty.
Yeah. And you're gonna eventually have to go back
Yeah.
to the starting point.
Okay. Going down our fourth line.
Yeah, I believe it's our fourth line.
Line four.
Line four.
Line 3 was quite interesting. Will line 4 live up to the line 3 hybrid? I think yes.
That gas plume was not in there very long, but long enough to see it.
Right.
Did we ever toggle off the sonar? Can we try it?
Yeah.
Nope, not that. I bet it's a new off. It costs a repair, but we would take that this morning, so we're going
We're starting to get, we're getting little
Get rid of
drop
that
offs
stuff.
on down there. Trying to-
Interference
It's
is-
making the color palette. Like this right now.
Jump on the other
The man, the myth, the legend.
The man. How did you have that ready to go so fast?
He's always
It's
got.
coming.
Yeah, then after that.
Yeah,
Yeah, you got that Eagle Pulse Johnson.
yeah.
Get it queued up.
Who wants to get some breakfast?
Oh, brekkie.
I do.
Breakfast.
Yeah.
Breakfast on the ship.
Eggs. Get it.
Salmon?
Like, I don't know. I haven't.
You wanna go eat? Adam, I can do
Sure.
this part. I can do the clicks. And I think we just started the line, so there's.
Yeah. Should be good. Start a
At least
line, end
20
the line.
minutes.
Sounds good. I won't be long at all. Come back and let you get up there.
Okay.
What's happening?
We're at, what's,
We have probably about 2, 3.
You eat?
we're dialing it in.
We're letting you dilate.
We're turning it up to 11.
Restart spread.
Yeah, all the normal services, everything, still concerned.
And then finally I was like, let's just go, I don't care, let's go. And then it's been fine. So,
Jesus. Violation.
I know.
Seems like it's with a truck connection.
Yeah.
Is it that way? Just needs to be replaced. Yeah.
You're cleaning the fibers?
What?
Just kidding. Not now.
Is the Ethernet can, the BBC can, 4K. That's right.
But, I was like, why does this keep happening every time we go to start an M3 survey?
Yeah.
So now I'm like,
The multi-bit dogs are upset with us using an M3.
I mean, fair enough. Yeah.
It's not our fault.
So,
There's nothing wrong.
nothing wrong. Jeff
Yeah.
did running the survey. We did find that when the ship goes to stop, the change of the rule in the tether kind of forces the vehicle to go up and down.
That's, yeah.
So we had Al kind of slowing down when approaching and just running it back down. So
Kind of a gradual, slow, instead of just go and stop.
be careful, you're almost at your min.
Yeah, Doug and Al talked about that
Oh,
during the last one.
Oh.
We'll fill in, and then have like a discussion, and Tony came up and said, anticipate the end of the line, and it's slowing, changing direction, coming down the road.
And it's worked, it's been really nice.
Yeah, yeah, well, I mean, that was, Carl's not been doing the handover, around all those features, and it looked really good.
Mhm.
Yeah. And we did image a plume
We saw a plume.
in the M3.
Cutie plume.
Apparently they saw a bunch of plumes and.
Yeah, in the
so-
712, probably
Oh, yeah.
5, 6 individual streams.
Yeah, I looked at a couple of those.
Yeah, and you can tell Adam and Jeff know exactly what they're doing because the cross line has all the plumes and then right in the middle is also all of the plumes. So. Alright, it's a plume.
Bon appetit.
there? Oh,
Constant depth.
we're in constant depth. But, I don't know. Or is there a vessel move? Is that just a little bump as we?
No, it's halfway through the line already.
Yeah, rest of yeah. Deltas. Yeah, we're using a bit more thrust though. Thrust is going up and down. You see the bullet move too. We're not changing it.
Oh, got another bolt, something down there, big. That's probably a tube-worm mound.
Yeah. Do you wanna mark that?
Yeah, you can put a mark on that. Tube-worm mound.
You watch the bullet.
Yeah, you can see it tilt up and down, but it seems like it's all motion of shit.
Yeah, so it's just
The platform stability concern. Whee! Roller coaster roll, baby.
Yeah, just what has changed?
What's that then?
Yeah. John, get out of here.
Go back to the office.
But is there? Huh.
Yeah, I think it's time with the roll of the ship. 'Cause you can watch the bullet on the umbilical.
Oh.
You can
How
see
did?
it move.
Is there a?
So we're pairing out a little bit more delta.
Can you give it a shot?
It can't hurt.
Well, it can't hurt.
What's the force that can happen?
Well, don't make me think about that. I think that's helped some. It's looking not as smoothing out. Did you pay out a little bit? Yeah.
5 meters.
What is that balloon?
671.9.
Yeah, we locked in 25 at the start of the survey and we haven't changed the depth. And it seems like it's working out all right.
So you got
Oh,
high-
there's some pull again.
Yeah, you can see it.
So you got high nest depth and we're using para. That's smoothed out. Yeah, it is fluctuating.
What is?
The depth.
Well, yes,
Slightly.
the altitude. Yeah, we're going. What I don't know. This is a new phenomenon. We weren't getting that on the first few lines. Are they making different style vessel moves?
It's just a straight line, but I think when we paid out the 5 meters, it was a good short term, but after a while, non-billable still is going to be taut enough.
Huh.
Yeah, when we have those big rolls, you can see it. The bullet move.
What's the, for the first 2 or 3 lines, we didn't really have that issue. Was there something that is like now created that we have that?
That
They're
is-
just the waves have picked up some, or maybe we're in the swell?
Yeah, it could be. Because it feels like we're rolling more than we're being, that's what it's like. Just to me. Maybe it's not seeing data.
Well, we've got all the depth. Probably post-process it out.
Yeah.
And it seems perfectly in line with.
Well, I think we probably can post-process it out. But, if it's something we can pinpoint to minimize it.
Yeah, Jeff, I'll show you there. So this is the.
Yeah.
These are all the various depth sensors, and they're not corrected for the location on that. This is all the raw.
Yeah, it's a lot wavier than on the other. Yeah, Juliana was showing me that plot.
This section here is really smooth.
Yeah.
We'll smooth that again.
Yeah. Wave train. We'll just fix it in post. Fix it in
Stand by,
post.
yeah, it's in post.
Fix it in post.
So what's your lesson? Show it. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, or good night, wherever you might be joining us from. You are watching live video streaming from ROV Sebastian, which is attached to research vessel Falcor 2 of the Schmidt Ocean Institute. We're currently off of Concepcion in southern Chile, and you are watching us doing some preliminary multi-beam surveying of some seep fields here. My name is John Fulmer. I'm the lead technician aboard the vessel. The pilot who is flying right now is Tyler Smith. Sunil Ramnal is the co-pilot, and Dr. Jeff Beeson, one of our visiting scientists, is running the M3, and he's in charge of the dive at the moment. We'll be joined shortly after this by a whole gang of other scientists when we set down and start doing the sampling and investigating some of the findings that we're getting from this multi-beam survey. So you can see on the screen there's the bathymetry in the upper right-hand corner, which Jeff is circling for us there. The color palette there you can see over on the left that is the depth with reference to the ROV, and then you can see the fan view down in the lower right. And were you guys able to detect any plumes in
We
the
have.
waterfall?
Yes, we
Very
have
cool.
seen one plume so far
And,
on the last line.
Nice.
It came in pretty fast. We're pinging 10 hertz and moving
Yeah.
about a knot. So it comes comes by pretty quick. Oh, are we getting close to end of line?
End of line.
All right, end of line.
And the line.
End of line. And I will put it on the C log. Mapping. Mapping.
This might not be the most exciting video that we have, because we have to maintain a nice altitude, or we're doing constant depth actually, so that we can map these lines
Ready for a
consistently.
turn?
But once we are finished doing this survey, we will set down on all the really cool findings. These tubeworm mounds and old seeps that we're going to be investigating.
Yep.
Doing a turn.
Doing our turn.
All right, turn it.
Turn it.
And Adam Scarp has returned. Dr. Adam Scarp is one of our visiting scientists.
Started line.
Yes, just back from breakfast, and
How was breakfast today?
oh, it was delicious.
I'm excited.
Crepes,
Crepes.
and with crepes came the a lot of folks breaking out the
Starting
Nutella.
logging.
So,
Tell her, what about the maple syrup?
yeah.
Logging started. Maple crepes.
Canadian,
Maple.
I'm
Ah,
offended. Maple
yes,
syrup over
maple syrup on
maple.
crepes as well. Yeah.
Canadian.
It's
Opinion?
good.
I wasn't sure that was possible.
Everyone thinks we're so nice, but we're just polite.
Oh,
Sure, we
yeah,
see
right.
much behind that. I'm kidding.
Yeah, excellent breakfast as always.
Well, in
Delicious.
that case. when we-
I know. We better get up there, Jeff.
When we get on the line,
Yeah.
the main scheme.
Make our turn.
I'll go.
Yeah.
I'll go.
Will that be line 5?
One.
Yeah.
It will be.
About to
All right,
start
we start on line 5. So we've seen something. Did we see anything exciting in the last few minutes?
Were you here when we dropped the target on the two worm mound? Yes.
Yes, I saw the two worm
Uh,
mounds. It looked like there were maybe some depressions.
Yeah, the largest depressions in between, maybe carbonate mounds, but still more than, yeah.
Lots of exciting things to explore later today.
We're getting lots of sage spikes.
Lot of
One
sage.
every time we cross the midline, pretty much, and they're getting bigger as we go towards the east.
My goodness.
My goodness.
End of line.
End of line.
End of line.
See if that guy keeps moving. Yeah,
Are we ready for line 5?
Let's do it.
Any
Beautiful sage.
adjustments in the altitude we want? Are you good at this altitude?
We could, I think it's been okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Gonna make a turn.
Okay.
Bridge RV.
Turn and burn.
waypoint.
Turn and burn slowly.
Slowly. At a good speed.
Start O line.
Start a
Start
line
a line.
5.
Start of line, which means start of breakfast. I will be back.
All right, enjoy.
Should let him take off there a little bit, huh?
What?
So should let him take off there a little bit, huh?
ROV bridge, we're on the move, and I started at point 3 and then worked my way up to point 8, correct?
Correct.
Coffee with espresso in it, and black tea and matcha. What's next? We have mushrooms.
Yeah,
Uh,
kombucha.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, we've got kombucha brewing. It's gonna take a couple more days, but,
The dirty ones.
you know,
We got backup kombucha.
but it isn't mango kombucha.
Mango kombucha.
Josh had set up, Rich bought a giant carboy, so we've got him to see one of that. It's in the BBC dark room. It's huge. It's 20 liters.
BBC dark room.
You don't know. You don't know. You don't know man that day.
No.
Pedro's got a tank. Some of the samples before they process them, we'll get some like
Oh,
full shots and then just do the lighting.
It's okay.
And then, yeah, kombucha.
Booch.
I think Tim was gonna feed kombucha because I've been slacking. Got to top it up with some more sugar and some more tea. Wouldn't mind doing peach and gingers.
Sounds good. What's the story with the one with the dirty bus? Is that just percolating?
I don't know, I drank some the other day and rumbly my tumbly.
Yeah, so it was not good.
Yeah. I went down just to wash up the French press.
Well, you were tempted.
And I was like, oh, I just took like 2 fingers of booch.
Yeah.
It was like vinegar. I think it was vinegar.
It's probably running through a filthy spigot too.
And some chunks came out after the ball. Like that's
you,
not good.
You said, eh.
Yep, exactly. I don't think I even said that. I just went, oh, that's probably fine.
Can't stop myself.
It just can't help itself. The booch. Yeah, but then Rich and Sonar, I think, has it too.
Booch everywhere. Booch.
Did I just change that? Sorry. How's Brecky?
Good. I highly recommend
Grapes?
the crepes.
Good.
The crepes. Also, the smoothie would do.
Smoothie.
Ooh.
Smoothie.
Be right back. I gotta go to a meeting. See you guys in a bit.
Yeah.
Happy napping.
We are happy mapping.
We are. We are happy to be mapping. There it is.
What's your name? What's your name? What was the coolest thing you saw in the water column when it was gone? Okay, perfect.
Since the tuna forest is always fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thing I've heard from some people from watch change was spawning data.
It's too soon, Sonny.
It'll make me feel
They're
like
still in
super-
our hearts, but never forgotten. Thank you, Chelsea.
Yeah.
That sounds like a you, bro.
Were you out with them?
What?
Were you out with them on the vehicle leg? Were you out with them with me, doesn't know what he talks about?
I was. No, I'm not gonna talk about
Well, looks like we're starting to go over another mound again here. Really complex seafloor here. It's great because this is going to really help us pinpoint our dives later today. Without a map, you can show up with an ROV and you can start looking around, but you never might not have much guidance about which direction to go or where to explore, but with a little bit of the map giving an overview, that kind of can help guide you to the spots that look the most promising in terms of the kind of science they want to do.
Yeah. Plus, in order to go to a certain area, we gotta get the ship set up, the vehicles to get there. If there's nothing there, it takes that much more time to relocate.
Yeah,
Takes time.
it is. It is. But it's always a hopeful thing when you're on ROV dives. You're not seeing a lot of stuff. You're always hopeful that just beyond the lights,
Yeah.
something cool is going to come into focus.
Did it reach?
It did.
Whoa. Not even stretching. Not even close.
That's so much mustache too.
It's not just close to the way.
And we're seeing a few small mounds in here again. I think these are likely tubeworm mounds, perhaps like we saw at El Quisco. As it'll be neat to check that out and confirm, but we can see on the sonar they have approximately that shape.
We're about 10 meters altitude right now.
Okay. Yeah, we are.
Yeah, he has the range gauge set pretty wide. I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I think we're okay for now. We'll keep an eye as we go down this line if it shallows anymore.
You want to go with it? I'll go back
We're setting up at 25.
Getting a little shallow. We got up to about 9 meters.
Did you have to pull it back? It's not clipping.
Temporarily, and then it
But
starts
it's-
back out, so, yeah.
It's just the delta.
Shadow, maybe?
So we can do so much.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Because
I saw that, I saw it waving, and then I saw it go away, and then I saw it come back.
oh wow, that thing is.
It's
You
tall.
can see it. We were watching it.
Did we actually? Oh, we got soundings on it all the way up. It's just there's a shadow.
There's a shadow to one side.
Hopefully the other line.
I think we'll get it as we pass the next line. Did not see a flare out of it. What's that?
Are we going north?
We are going north.
Well, I don't. Well, I think we would
So it'd
have
be
had it on the
Previous line would cover it.
Yeah. But that's. Do we
Did we
want to drop a
have-
waypoint on that?
Yeah, I guess let's.
There's no
not-
seat, but can we put a waypoint back behind us a little bit? Large mound.
Yeah.
Or-
Back.
Slightly off the line, because you can always drag it, so if you click off the line, you don't have to worry about it grabbing.
Yeah, that thing really did come up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Once the survey's over, I'll be able to. Well, we can make a map pretty fast
Yeah.
and get it into green seas.
Yeah, we'll put it in the green sea. It's pretty amazing when you think about it. We're using a sonar, so we're creating sound and collecting it off the seafloor. And we are collecting that right now from the ROV, and we should be able to, within about probably less than an hour, maybe a half hour, assemble that into a map and then bring that into the software here in the ROV room so that our explorers later today can use that map immediately to pinpoint exploration locations. It's a pretty remarkable turnaround to be able to collect brand new data and then turn it around to something useful that quickly to help guide our exploration. So it's pretty neat to be a part of that process.
We've seen an increase in current since we got down here.
Oh, yeah?
Wait, can we see that on ours, or do you see it? Oh. Oh, I forgot that we're shallow enough that we can use that. That's super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in some increasing currents down here, and that might line up with a bit of what we've seen in our imagery of the gas plumes. We see that they're leaning over pretty well, which is an indication that current is pushing the bubble sideways. And we'll have to see when we get to the bottom. That might also mean that the currents are helping scour out sediment around carbonate mounds or tubeworm mounds.
It's more of, if you're tracking that, then it doesn't matter, but the currents blow over the seats.
Well, I mean, like, how does AECB work on the vessel over in very good? Does it cancel out with GPS and also use?
Yeah, yeah. It's great.
No, that's cool.
I mean, it's supposed to,
Yeah. Still cool.
yeah.
The acoustic Doppler current profiler.
Correct.
That's right.
Wow. There's a lot of fancy words in there.
Yeah, it's
There are.
a mouthful.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We mentioned the acoustic Doppler current profiler. That is a tool we have on the ROV and on the ship that can measure currents in the ocean. And the way it does it is kind of like our sonar. It generates a sound, a pulse of sound that travels through the water. But instead of bouncing off the seafloor to measure water depth, that sound bounces off this marine snow that you see passing us by. And by measuring how that sound changes in frequency when it reflects off of that marine snow, the current profiler can estimate in 3 dimensions how fast the current is moving in the direction it is moving in, which is a pretty neat piece of technology. We can also use that exact same piece of technology to bounce sound off the seafloor from the ROV, and it can tell us, using the same principles, how fast and in what direction the ROV is moving, and that can become part of the navigation solution for the ROV. When we use it in that form, we call it a Doppler velocity log, but it's functionally the exact same instrument. And it's a lot of neat technology we use down here, and inherently the sound travels well through water, and so that's why so many of our instruments we use here are based on sound.
You're hitting the 9 key, I think. You got me.
I wasn't even close to the 9 key. Maybe I was holding the.
Something hit it, because I couldn't get it to, it started doing 999999999.
Sorry. Sometimes the keyboards get stuck.
Maybe
Like,
it was.
although as soon as I moved, it stopped. So it must have been me.
It's okay.
I'll do better. I'll be better.
Coming up on the end of the line, or close?
Keep close to it.
Close.
Makes more sense. What color do we want? It's okay. Purple, like this one.
End of line.
End of line.
End of line.
Making the turn.
Starting line.
Starting line.
Start it. Oh,
Is that ink?
like a little ink.
Did you notice any ship move related spikes? Spikes?
Well, you were at breakfast, we had a little bit of some vessel, or some waviness, but it calmed down.
Okay.
It might have been roll on the vessel, look like.
Yeah, we were going through some pretty significant swell on the ship. I don't
Yeah.
know if it was translated down to the RV.
Was that just kind of a wave train come by? Or
It
did they
looked like
change-
it,
Did they
yeah.
adjust the heading of the, no?
No, they didn't say how to.
Okay.
And line.
Bridge RV.
End of line.
The line.
Somewhere else, we give you any way.
What the ways do you go? Oh, that's the next one.
Bridge RV, new waypoint.
New waypoint, backside.
The fish, you think?
Yeah, fish or squid,
Let them start moving and
about 10 meters under the ROV.
then turn.
Making the turn.
Starting line.
Starting line.
Alright.
Depends on how you want to say his name wrong. I say Doge.
Is that got an accent mark?
Yes.
It's the Dogecoin.
Yeah.
That was a Bitcoin thing.
Oh. Ooh, fish.
Yeah.
So what are we looking at here? We're 20, 40, 60, 24, an hour. We're 2 hours away from being done.
Potentially.
So that's 7:46, 8:46, 9. Like, what are the lines that are longer?
There is
Were there a feature down there?
There's a seep.
There's a
Well,
seep?
it looked like there was a seep down there.
Allegedly.
Just-
Yeah.
We could cut those short,
And get
and then we could come down here, come up and do a cross line here. And that would probably save us 40 minutes.
yeah.
Yeah.
We could see if that seep in the bottom right, not the very bottom right,
This
that one is there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. There's a fish again. It seems like most of the features have been around that crossing line in the middle. It's been a consistent area, so we'll see if that holds up. That is a really good question. So the El Quisco seeps, it did not look like there was any sort of geological large-scale geological features controlling where the seepage is, as far as we could tell so far. But here we're aware that there are things like faults and larger-scale geological features that might be controlling it. And so when you see, something like seeps all along a line, that can be a hint that maybe a fault or a fracture in the seafloor is allowing gas to move up through that fracture and creating a line of seep. So we don't know for sure, but we have the tools to find out. So as we look through the sub-bottom profiles from last night, we'll be able to see if there's faults here that might be pathways for gas to move up to the seafloor. And we also know, I think there's been a little previous work here where they've actually seen small-scale fissures in the seafloor after the 2010 earthquake that struck this region, to actually see splits in the seafloor that showed up, and that might be something we'll see on the dive today.
Maybe.
Maybe.
That previous study was very soon after the earthquake.
Yeah, so they may be filled in
So it's
or
been-
eroded at this point, we don't know, but
14 years since the 8.8 Malawi earthquake.
Wow.
That was right under Concepcion. So it's a pretty big one. Had a lot of damage to the coastline and created a tsunami.
Wow.
In fact, if you ask Lisa, who was on a research cruise while the earthquake occurred here.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah,
yeah, they were offshore.
they were offshore at the Triple Junction.
Wow.
That's where you want to be.
Yeah.
Offshore.
I think it'd be so cool it'd be cool to see how the seafloor would react
Yep.
to something like that if you had the vehicle down. It would be cool to have the vehicle down.
Well, it's, you have the event is devastating to a lot of people and property, and
Sure.
but there's also abilities to observe it and its effects is cool,
Yeah.
because then we can understand it better.
Mhm.
After the Tohoku earthquake, they did repeat seafloor mapping on the area that ruptured and found areas of up to 50 meters of vertical movement
Wow.
on the seafloor, which, not surprisingly, that was a massive tsunami
Yeah.
that hit
Yeah.
Japan. And they did that because they had a really good existing bathymetric map,
Yeah.
and they were able to go do a repeat survey and look for changes.
Wow.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Maybe we wouldn't let Sebastian down.
Yeah.
I don't know. The seafloor would get shallow pretty quick.
Yeah, it could come up pretty quick.
Yeah, generally that movement during an earthquake is very instantaneous.
In the magnitude 8 and 8.5s, 9s, the rupture can last up to 4 minutes.
What?
So
Oh,
these are
it's
so
just
large of
oh,
earthquake,
wow.
like that it takes that long to move the rupture patch. So like the smaller earthquakes are higher frequency, but they're really fast.
Yeah.
The larger subduction zone earthquakes are these slower, longer. Yeah. So and they're a whole other animal. The orders of magnitude larger than what your like normal earthquakes.
Yeah. Hello. Goodbye.
And this is part of our motivation for being here, is looking at maybe seismically controlled seepage, or seepage that has variability based on earthquakes. And because you're moving the subsurface a lot, is that allowing for an increase in methane flux or fluid flux? Because you're de-stressing the environment and creating new faults and fissures. So it would be a really exciting result to have any sort of seepage related to earthquake history,
Mm.
which Chile has a lot of earthquakes and a really good history. Like there's been people documenting them for a long time. So we have a pretty good record of at least the last 300 years of earthquakes in Chile.
In addition to earthquakes here, because it is an active margin where two plates on the Earth's surface are moving together, they have a lot of volcanoes along the mountains here in Chile, along the coastline as well. And that's something we've been thinking about a bit as we've started to take some core samples from the Falcor 2, is if we can find a layer of ash in the sediments in the seafloor that we sample, that could be a way to date them and find a horizon with a common date and multiple cores, if we can connect that to a particular volcanic eruption in the region.
Do you think it was a tubeworm mound?
Tubeworm
Another one?
mound?
Can't-
That's a big
That looks
mound.
pretty big.
Yeah. There's a lot of these. Was that to the
That was to the
port?
starboard.
Starboard.
Good work, Doug.
Going over to the mountain now.
Yeah, it's a little, yeah, a little down
Small
there.
one.
In addition to the imaging, subsurface and seafloor imaging, to kind of evaluate whether or not these seeps have a structural control, is we can use the geochemistry from the gas, from the methane gas that we can sample. We can look at its isotopic character, isotopic makeup, and get a sense of if it's thermogenic or biogenic gas. And if it was thermogenic, it'd be like a deep source, which could suggest it's coming from along a fault from deep in the margin.
So can you run that from your gas tanks?
Yeah. So you can run
Yeah.
isotopes on the gas.
Get useful gas
Mm-hmm.
from yesterday's sample?
Unknown,
Okay.
because they're one-offs. I don't have the ability to, right now, to pull the gas out, so it's staying in the gas tight and it's going in the box until the leg 2, when the guy who can take the samples out of the gas tights comes on.
Cool.
Yeah, but I have 10 more gas tight bottles locked and loaded, ready to be used at seeps if we keep finding bubble streams.
Yeah, these gas tights are really interesting. They're these titanium containers, and they have a vacuum setup in them. So they have a large vacuum in the interior that's been created, and when it's triggered, that opens up and it pulls in the gas that's collected in a funnel that's placed over the bubble stream as a way of getting a sample of that methane. They're pretty neat looking tools.
Yeah, if you saw yesterday's dive, when we found the bubble stream, we got the gas tied out and put the funnel over it, and at these water depths and temperature, which our temperature right now on the seafloor is ROVs at 5.26 degrees C. Yeah, so it's cold and there's a lot of pressure. So when these bubbles come out of the seafloor, they form a hydrate, or kind of an ice coating around it. So you can see little bubble ice cubes or ice bubbles in the funnel, and that's what we ended up sucking up. Issues with the ROV, and we only got on and lost about 45 hits. We were thinking of, we have those 4 lines, they go farther to the south to go over another bubble stream. So Adam and I were trying, we just cut them off and went straight across at the bottom instead of going all the way down. We could save probably, we could be done in maybe 45 more minutes, maybe another hour. Should we go to 9 o'clock? Okay. So maybe we can tell them to not do the full line, but just at where we get to our waypoint. We'll just cut
across.
And do the lines at the
Finish.
just the box instead of the.
Yeah, with the name
we
being
found
done.
more bubble stream. We confirmed the bubble
Can you
stream.
try to end us up in a place?
Yep.
with
Yes,
like
well,
that?
We've been dropping waypoints on the Green Sea on the ROV now, so, and there's definitely ones at the end of the service, at the end of our crossing line, that would be right on either one of the mounds or the bubble plumes that we reached, so, yeah,
Mhm.
we'll put you right there.
I was thinking about, well, in this grid, are the waypoints here, on here, features?
No, those are the starting edge, but on that map, the green circles are features that we've seen, whether it be large, mounds, possibly tubeworm, big mounds, and bubble streams. And we're gonna end on, waypoint 24, which is the end of the crossing line, and that's close to that cluster of mounds and seeps, or bubble plumes. And then by that time, if you go over there first and there's some stuff to sample, I'll have the M3 map ready to just put into this, onto their navigation. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan, just plan to visit your little green spots up there
Yeah.
and get to jam numbers.
We named them kind of what we thought they were, seep-associated mound. We thought, I think they're tuber mounds. But they-
Shannon.
No, but they looked like the mounds at Keysco, on the tops of the mound, they were the mound. And then another mound on top of the mound that was very circular, kind of bulbous.
They're gonna, what do you want? You need a locker? They're gonna
No,
mount
we're
for
good.
another hour.
One more.
So I think you guys. Sounds good. Get some others.
Yeah.
Or maybe 45 minutes and then come back.
I was hoping for an hour,
Yeah.
9:30.
That's good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so.
9 o'clock. Sages.
I know, I've been looking.
Lots of hits.
Yep.
Every time we go through the center of the survey.
Yeah, every time we cross through that line, I think it's just above the center line actually, Jeff, where the points are.
Yeah.
We're getting
Yeah, that
just
crossing line.
regular spikes. You know, I think it's just north of the crossing line, Adam.
Yeah.
So we need names for this. This is like the spiny crab.
Crucial.
Carapace.
Right. Yeah, the up and down, he's got the hits. The but it's Yeah, I think it's working out really nicely. I think we're gonna have a very nice map. And I think what I've been seeing is there's been kind of these depressions around the highs. That's probably where more sediment is. If there's seep active, like bubble plumes, looking around those things, maybe where the
Do you think the
mats.
methane is blowing out to create the depression like a pockmark or not?
I'll take a look, maybe evaluate that better. I can't tell just from this screen, but what I think the depressions at least are going to be more sedimented, and they don't where there's the drop down in a way. Do you think the clam beds are not going to have bacterial mats in them because of the clams, or will they be? Could you have a bacterial mat covered in clams?
You could have a clam bed covered in bacterial mat, I've seen that
Yeah.
a lot,
Okay.
but not the rivers.
Okay.
I mean, the
But try-
clams wouldn't be on top of them.
Yeah.
Typically, the bacterial mats have higher fluxes, and so the sulfite comes all the way to the sediment
Yeah.
water interface. The clams, because of their foot and everything, they oxygenate the upper part, and so these are migratory bacteria, so they actually could be under, but not in a mat.
Okay.
You know, they just migrate down sometimes, and so we've taken push cores and found bacteria deep, but that's not what the microbiologists are looking for, so we won't
Just,
take clam bed cores.
Wanted to try to help with the map to where, if there's preferential places to explore, because I know the bacterial mats
I know,
are
they-
important for people, so.
Yeah. Well,
We'll search
I mean,
around.
we'll look around.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess in between the mounds and the spikes
Mhm.
are probably at least on the edges or some places where there's sediment
Yeah.
with bacteria. Even the sample yesterday of all that tube cluster, you were probably up when it was taken, all the tubes that came up, there were these giant orange bacteria in that sample, I don't know where they came from.
Wow. At the push core site, or like where they?
No,
Oh.
in a grab.
In a
of
grab.
tubes.
Oh, wow,
But
okay.
they took, well, it was a rock like this, which
Yeah.
beautiful rock, by the way, you should look at it.
I will.
It's in the.
Too bad it wasn't nice.
Well, it would have been.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
it had about 10 tubes
Mhm.
on it, and then a whole bunch of other animals, and so we just washed all the stuff in there, big orange bacteria, like big enough to see. Wow.
That's crazy.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't
that's,
know where they came from,
They're there.
but somehow associated with the rock.
well, exciting, this is. I think this is gonna
There's
be
another
good.
mound.
We talked to you last night, this is 5 kilometers
End of
away from
line.
that site yesterday.
Okay,
At the end of the line?
hopefully Jeff will be okay with this. We didn't
Yeah,
ask him.
we didn't.
End of
We
line.
just said this,
End of line?
we didn't even ask you, I just told him this is where we're going.
I think the way
He
the
said
time,
fine.
the
I
timing,
told him,
yeah.
I said, there's a bunch of flares, there's a bunch of mounds.
Yeah.
Didn't forget. He said fine.
I think with the timing of everything, he probably was okay with just being told, we've got it figured out.
Well, he looks at the dive plan, but there's no launch coordinates on
Right,
it, but
those-
he looks at
right.
it. So-
And maybe a little closer to the end,
Or-
because we've been ending up about 100 meters.
I'm log, let me log
Yeah.
the turn.
It's a fish.
And
Fishes.
again,
Right,
maybe
no,
I should
it's
go
not
find
bad.
him to make sure he's okay
Oh,
with
yeah.
another 45 minutes or hour.
Hard time.
Okay,
I'll go
if you
ask
see
him.
him, I didn't see him at breakfast, but he probably was in the bridge meeting, so yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about how methane hydrate forms, like the one you said?
Oh, yeah, that's what I figured, I was
There's
just.
a question in the chat.
Absolutely. So I wasn't, I didn't get to see that dive. Do we see some methane hydrate on the seafloor?
We saw methane hydrate bubbles when we were sampling with the gas tank.
Oh, okay, so the
Bubbles
hydrate in
turned
the
into
bubbles.
hydrate.
But if it
Absolutely.
forms on the seafloor too, I'd love to know about that, because I've never seen that before.
It can actually. So methane hydrate is it is a material that looks a lot like ice, and that is because it is frozen water. But unlike the ice that we're familiar with, it is frozen water, but it takes on a special molecular or a special shape where the atoms form cages that trap methane within it. So it's water ice with methane trapped inside of it. And the place we find it most often is in the seafloor in the open spaces between sediment grains. And this occurs where
Doing your turn.
the water is cold enough and the pressure is high enough, which means deep parts of the ocean. And so we find it in the seafloor. Sometimes we can find it on the seafloor, exposed on the seafloor. And as Jeff was mentioning, where we also find it is when the methane gas is emitted from the seafloor, it will, what we think happens is a very thin shell of this ice-like hydrate forms on the outside of the bubble. And that kind of holds the bubble together. It prevents the methane from immediately dissolving into seawater. And that lets the bubbles persist and move upwards and form these bubble plumes that we see on the sonar and can identify with the with Falcor 2's multi-beam mapping sonar. And so hydrate is it's a really interesting material. As I said, it looks like ice. You can set it on fire. We have not done that here. We wouldn't do that in the Falcor 2, but they have done it in labs before. It looks like ice, but it burns because it's got the methane in it. And it is actually the nature of it helps us figure out where seep and communities might be, because that methane hydrate requires really cold temperatures and deep waters, and you can get to a depth where you're right at the edge of hydrate stability, where you're just about to get too shallow and too warm for the methane hydrate to exist, and that's where it often is melting. The term is actually dissociating, but we could think of it as just melting and releasing all that methane as bubbles, and that creates bubble plumes and can lead to chemosynthetic communities like we see here. Now, it's not necessary for that to happen for seeps to exist. For instance, the El Quisco seeps are much shallower than hydrate would exist at, but the ones we're at now at Concepcion are certainly deep enough, and that's why we saw hydrate forming in that funnel yesterday when the gas type was taking a sample.
Yeah, it's pretty. You turn each bubble becomes its own little bubble ice.
Yeah.
So it looks like pebbles inside of the funnel.
Inside of the funnel, yeah, that's really neat.
And I've held hydrate in my hand. You know, in coring, you sometimes get hydrate that comes up to the surface, and if you pour warm water on it, it just starts fizzing. It's just effervesces, crazy.
That's right.
And it's releasing the methane, and the water is melting around it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really neat little thing to observe, because there's just ice forming under the sediments all over the place. If there's
So if you, for instance, were to trap it in a funnel or an overturned container and bring it up to the surface, it would increase in volume about 160 times. So there's a lot of gas in this hydrate material if it's brought up to the surface.
Yeah. We got another big mound here off the side. I don't know if it's the same one. I think we're either another one or the same mound, but yeah, very large. I'm looking for seeps coming out of it. Haven't seen any. Or methane bubbles.
Oh yeah, what's that?
But that's a tubeworm mound right there, if I had to guess.
That sure looks like a
lot
tubeworm
like what
mound.
we've been seeing.
Yeah, I think we should put a waypoint on that. These bubbles.
Where?
We're just in front of the
Oh, yes,
camera.
it
We
is,
just
'cause
went
look at
through
the
a stream
stream.
of bubbles,
Look at
and
the
we just
bubble.
went over it in
Wow.
sonar. So we just went through the bubble
That
plume
Sage
on
might
the-
see that in
See
about
what
3
Sage is gonna
minutes.
see in 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, so we just, they went past, the bubbles were seen visually first,
First, yeah.
and then on the sonar.
So we just saw on the camera bubble
So
plume.
yeah,
We
I
drove
think we
through.
should drop a waypoint.
Dropped one.
Yeah, that's a potential site to
Cool.
visit right
What are
there.
we thinking? All caps, bubbles.
That does capture the, it captures the mood. Alright,
Wow, that's great.
is that something that's either a fish
Well,
or
what that is.
A very persistent fish.
very persistent, he's swimming with us.
With us.
Yeah. He likes the way the sonar's giving a little massage.
Tingle.
Yeah,
So that's prominent.
yeah, that was a big one.
You missed it. I know, step out for once.
That's what I say every time. I step out for 1 second and there's like a crab party.
You guys need to
Crab
keep
again.
believing is what I
I
take
know.
away from this. Next time we're coming south on a line, can you step out for about 2 minutes?
On that first cruise, I
Must
would
be.
like step out as a what?
Extravaganza? Yes.
Extravaganza.
I think that's better than Crab-again.
Yeah,
Crab
the crab attack.
Crab apocalypse, Crabopolis.
I just go to my room and you're like, I step out and there's crabs over there. It's like, I'll go down to see. I walk in and it's just like, they were zoomed in, there was piles and piles of crab, like for a spurs. Like, oh.
Those crabs were really cool.
Spurs is our favorite report, red lobster.
Especially on the one that you were on.
Oh.
I was going to bed all the time. And we saw 5 new hydrothermal vents. I'm like, okay, maybe I just won't sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I didn't sleep.
It's a lot of fear of missing out when you go to sleep on this ship.
Yeah.
Depth is dropping in and out. Yeah, sure.
What was dropping in and out?
Depths.
Oh, no.
No, no, no.
That could have been a pair of.
All good for me, my end. It could have actually just been the depth sensor.
I can't believe we drove through a bubble plume.
What are the odds?
I know.
It's almost as if you mapped out where they
No,
are
not
from the
that.
ship.
You can't map them that well.
You genius.
We saw the bubble plume in the camera before the sonar.
That's not how that's
Yeah.
supposed to
Cool.
work.
I couldn't even pick that out.
That makes sense though, because the sonar's looking down.
Yeah, and that's looking forward.
We're
So,
looking forward.
yep. Anything?
It's starting to go up.
Starting. Sage is starting to react.
I know what some of those letters are. 'Cause I don't. It's the same one.
I think if we want to go down by
Huh?
9, I think if you want to finish by 9.
So take this line, go down, don't go all the way, just
Go.
cut over. What are we're going up? Go up to 16, or
Over the-
15 to 16, and 16.
I think 16 down to the mid
Alex, you know,
line.
So you
Line
think
over.
cut the last 3 lines, 4 lines off, and just go to the crossing line?
Yeah, I
We
don't
want to get to,
It's not great, but
yeah.
I think that's what's going to put us in.
He
Yeah.
was looking at it like
So when
I
we get
was
to
looking at it,
15,
so I was like,
just
we're thinking
go
the
straight to
same
23, and then do a crossing line. And that's
Yeah.
Sorry, Doug.
Or we
Or
can,
we
we can
go
just go
15
to
to
16 down and then cross.
Yeah, let's do that, because then we at least get another half
Another
bit.
parallel line.
Okay.
How do you want to alter it?
So we'll finish this. We'll finish going towards waypoint 15. We'll get to waypoint 15. Go to 16. And then head south on 16, but at the crossing line, just turn to the west and go to waypoint 24, and we'll call that the survey.
Okay, so
We're giving up on the southeast.
I'm gonna do 17 up there then. Does that work for you?
Yeah.
And I think go to waypoint will work.
Yeah.
I just right click, or I guess I right click on 23.
Yeah, we'll have to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if things work out and they get samples, we could always come back and reoccupy those last lines
Yeah.
Mhm.
at the end if
Yeah.
there's some time. But I feel like we've got a good map of this spot. We're definitely gonna have enough places to go for
Yeah.
sampling.
Do we have any TVs in lounges with the dives playing? According to the question from Jack.
Where are there not?
Where can you
Yeah.
hide?
So, I'd like,
I can only see
I
the
bet
dives.
somebody here has a stat. How many TVs are on the RV Falcor?
Oh,
I don't even
A
know,
lot.
there's like too
I
many to
did
count
this
in this
before.
room.
yeah.
Easily like over 100.
Oh,
I remember last year coming on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge cruise where one of you were telling me about when they were arrived, just the
Yeah.
boxes and boxes and boxes of TVs.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
We had a TV day in Chicago,
Yeah,
like solely a TV day.
yeah.
I mean, this room alone
Yeah,
though, let's
there
see.
are 20 screens in this room.
There are 20 screens in the RV control room alone.
Yeah.
And that's actually, this is a fairly standard room for TVs.
Yeah. And then
This
there's,
is
And then there's next door.
the
there's
computer.
12 in the computer lounge.
You didn't count these 4?
Oh yeah,
No, I didn't
down
count the 4.
24.
4.
But indeed, there are televisions all over the ship, and many of them are playing the dives live as they're happening. So, for instance, in the mess where we all eat our meals, very often in the middle of the day for lunch, the dives are playing on the screens in there. So, folks who are not in the control room or otherwise involved can watch the dives go on, see what is happening on the seafloor.
The bridge watches a live stream as well.
The engineers also watch,
The
which is
engineers
really
watch
cute.
it.
Yeah. Everybody can
Roxy will
watch,
send me
follow
pictures.
along.
Every single room in every cabin has it.
That's right, you can watch the dive in any of the cabins.
There might be a little bit excess of screen time.
Yeah.
But the shows are just so good.
Yeah.
I like the writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Character development.
Character development.
The screen will often go to bed, and then I'll wake up after David has come to go to bed, and the screen will be on, playing something, or I'll just like awake directly into work,
Yes.
and just like right there.
Good, that's what they like.
Straight to the seafloor.
There's that big spike. But I don't think it's associated with the bubble plume that we went through. I think that's the low one, because this is in line with all of our crossing points.
Yes. Well, what do you think that means?
We're getting higher and higher as we go east, so we're gonna abandon this and never know.
Yeah.
Behind nothing until we can reach
Yeah.
the east.
I don't like that.
I don't like that either.
Yeah.
I don't
Watch
like-
us just like one line
Either.
over.
I don't like not knowing. We must find the spike.
Is that the fish that is special in this area? The
Oh,
Patagonia
the
toothfish.
Toothfish? Probably not,
What
right?
does it look like?
Doesn't have a tail.
Oh,
It's supposed to be big.
Look at that drop down over here.
Is that a foal?
That,
Yeah,
I
so
wonder if
we're
that's the
already-
pockmark.
Ah,
We're getting close
it's
to
not
what I'm
ready.
seeing in Big Methane Plume.
Oh, interesting.
Wait, what does that mean?
The-
Pockmark?
Yeah, so
I know.
you can get,
Big depression.
that's interesting.
I agree.
You can get these big depressions where
Need a whole map.
gases, because gas is released
Oh,
and the
it's a
seafloor
pockmark.
has slumped or dropped.
Oh.
Hmm.
It's a pretty sharp
Yeah, the sharp end.
Contact.
Yeah, that's a really, are we gonna go over that on
Yes.
16?
Yeah.
Okay,
The neck,
great.
we are going down 16
Yeah. well,
halfway.
Yeah. Yeah, because this leg has the biggest spike of anything we've gone through so far.
That's what I like
What's
to hear.
the concentration? Oh, wow.
I'm gonna mark that.
160
Yeah.
for
Nice.
climbing.
Sage methane spike.
160 parts per million.
Weird fault. Wait, what would you call that?
What?
Pockmark?
The, well,
Collapse?
depression, this is like a depression. We don't really know if they're pockmarks. I mean, I guess they're. Pockmark is a pretty broad term.
Inverse tubeworm mound.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Perfection.
Nailed it. Like that, right?
M3 depression, you know
Sage
that.
spike.
M3 depression, sage spike.
Sage spike.
Depression spike.
Yeah.
Yeah. Inverse. Yeah. I'm really interested to map out these time adjusted spikes once it's back on the board.
Mhm.
Also,
That would be some interesting mapping map of methane.
Yeah.
A blood belly comb jelly.
Blood belly, comb jelly?
Yeah.
we caught one of those on the way down.
Oh, cool.
You
I
caught
went
it?
to the Monterey
Well,
Bay
no, we
Aquarium
filmed
in January of this year, and I saw them in person, and I lost my mind.
They have them in the aquarium?
Yes, they
That's
do.
pretty wicked.
Wow.
Is that more in person than this? No, because there is a barrier. There's a
was
glass
close-
barrier,
But there's a glass barrier here.
and there's a barrier
But there-
here.
this
because
is a
of the
screen.
Nothing's real, you know.
Nothing is real. The ROV actually isn't down right now.
All the screens are just AI generated.
That's right. Why are you giving away?
Or is this a, yeah, sorry, illusion busted, where it's a simulation.
Incredibly complex Truman Show.
Yeah.
Basement, Palo Alto.
Yep, that was a, what is it called again? Blood something?
Blood.
Or-
Belly cone. Blood belly
Blood
cone
belly
jelly?
cone.
Oh, maybe it wasn't that. You couldn't see it, but maybe check the descent.
Adult swim.
I think I saw it before. Oh.
Ooh.
Ew.
Off of Peru, there was a like, very unified,
Right there.
no, there was a seamount that looked very, very circular. And a bunch of UFO enthusiasts thought that it was a UFO.
Cool.
And so there was a bunch of articles about it.
You're not supposed to talk about that.
There was a bunch of articles about it, and one of our RV super brothers was like, "We need to dive on this," and we were like, "Yes, we do." And so, like our first test dive, we dove on it, and sure enough, it was a seamount.
Not a UFO.
Not a UFO.
However,
That's what they want you to do.
as soon as we touched down, we saw a Casper octopus just waiting for us.
He was the sentry for the alien base.
If you want,
Mhm.
yeah.
Just look out.
Told everybody we were there, we never saw anything else.
I mean, the book Sphere is pretty good. You see, it's a book, Michael Crichton book, and a movie
Oh, I see. Yeah.
kind of about that.
Yeah.
Alien spacecraft on the bottom of the ocean.
I'll have to read it.
It is, it's kind of that like deep sea exploration-y kind of stuff, so.
Well,
Only
what was
Max
interesting
Station
is
kind
the
of one,
articles
180,
that
so
like
going the correct way.
were hosted were debunking the fact that it was UFO and they call it multi-beam artifacts. But
But it wasn't an
it was
artifact.
5 kilometers wide.
It's a big
So it's
artifact.
not an
5
artifact.
kilometer wide arc.
That's
No.
some really rough multi-beam.
No, I mean, it was good multi-beam.
Yeah, no, but if you had a 5 kilometer artifact.
Yes.
So I'll take it to basically like a little
Exactly.
point through the other way.
Right.
What are UFOs
That'd be
called now?
basically like
They
point
renamed
one.
them.
Right, and then like when you turn back, you should turn
UAP
to
or
the
something,
right.
like
Right.
unidentified.
Yeah. Rather than doing it at the
Right.
Alien. That's great.
end of line.
End of line.
In a line.
Standards.
I'm scared as to what Houston Standard Time, whatever my
Start a line.
Start a line. In you want some weird,
Yes.
look at this one, in Mariana, or the Lao Basin,
Send it to me.
I think if people see that thing,
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
you know,
Yeah, but
Oh,
that's
that's
just
nice.
a,
Oh, cool.
that thing is
That's awesome.
a silver volcano.
yeah.
Nice.
But very circular.
It's so circular, yeah,
Multiple
Round.
artifact.
for sure. It's just an artifact. It goes boom sometimes.
Yeah,
Is that an extinct volcano?
no, they're active.
That is really
How big across the side these go?
That's 10 kilometers.
Holy no.
Yeah.
That's a huge alien base.
They're right under our noses.
It's a mega city.
We're not stopping them. We're just letting it happen.
That was the UFO article. Why is this?
Why is this?
Multi-beam artifact. Artifact.
Oh, yeah.
That's an insult.
Yeah,
Granted, the Falcor does generate a lot of artifacts
We
in
do.
multi-beam.
they don't look like that.
Not that
Yeah,
big.
what was that very large hole in the side of the canyon?
Yeah.
Which one?
Which fair, touche.
End of line.
The one
End
that
of
we had to
line.
go back over to try and remap.
That happens sometimes.
Yep.
Like, do we?
I'm just spinning this around for when we make that next right turn.
Okay. It's a pretty cool pattern on the M3 map.
Wow.
It's a good turn.
Make it a donut. Do some things like that off of Washington. The captain was a little confused with the waypoints. Yeah, that's what happens when you do months of just mowing the lawn. Yeah. All right, we are starting our last main survey line before our crossing line and then handing over, oh, look at that,
That fish.
that's cool.
Mhm.
We're handing over the keys to the ROV, to the sampling team. Sage mics.
Let's try and write your name, Sage.
Sage.
We can follow it until it breaks a Jeff. Wow.
That,
That would be.
Jeffrey. Ground.
yeah, right.
I just love the idea of pulling up like bathy data from the world and just zooming in, zooming in, zooming in. Oh my god, I really need to see this canyon off of Chile. The canyon's beautifully mapped, and then just Jeffrey
Yeah.
is
Or
written above it.
Luca, but with a K.
Was here.
Luke, yeah.
You know how like
3 separate times.
people
Yeah,
like
that's right.
can buy a star, like name a
Yeah.
like pay to have a star named after them. That's the ocean equivalent.
It's paid to have multi-beam shapes in your honor.
Yes.
Hey, if you pay me, I'll do it.
I would also do it.
I can add soundings.
This is how we're gonna raise money.
It's kind of like sculpting.
Yeah, you
can
can
just
just
add-
add.
Yeah. We
To
can
me, it is a
process
fun
anything
thing.
to look like Jeffrey in the multi-beam.
The way that was phrased, because they're like, we'll sell, well, you can pay to have your name in the veterinary data, but it can only be Jeffrey. This offer only stands for Jeff.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to this.
You have a group chat already.
Be easy.
Actually, I believe a true birthday gift to you is the photo of
Yeah.
that. It's gonna be like yesterday, we're gonna have gotten bubble plumes and tubeworm mounds and no bacterial mounds.
Well, that's what trying to.
Yes.
Is there a place? Is there target places where maybe more bacteria?
Giant hole.
The holes.
The hole, I wanna know what's in the hole.
One of my favorite ever quotes from Zakuyama to mention Tony is, "This all whole, you have to check it out." And I think about this a lot in
Frequently.
science.
Yep.
That's most of science.
Mhm.
It's all whole, you have to check it out.
Jeff, did you see the wonderful description of the gas tank sampler yesterday?
No.
Good job catching bubbles with the science funnel.
Good job catching bubbles with the science funnel. Heck yeah.
It's fantastic.
That's the technical name for it. The
technical
science
term,
funnel.
The science funnel.
Is a science funnel any different from like a banking funnel that you strapped onto a science vehicle?
It has a black line that tells you when you have enough methane.
See, the gas type bottle is pretty sophisticated. The tube in the funnel can be purchased anywhere.
If
Yep.
it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Still going up?
No, we've gone through that spike.
Oh.
Alex just wants unlimited methane.
Yeah. I just want your graph to auto scale till we can't even see the stuff on the left.
I've had it in the thousands off of Norway this summer, a couple thousand ppm.
Can you make that small?
Is that log scale? though?
No, it's not.
Oh, that's okay.
It's linear scale.
It definitely says we're getting close to something.
Yes, we're definitely getting close to something.
Wet, but is it going to be on this line?
That yesterday
This
we
could be
turned
this
around.
line.
It could be this line. We could do this line and then it could be just west of us and we see nothing. I doubt it, but is that the hole?
It's a hole.
Wow, don't talk to him like that.
I know. I was gonna say, I thought about it after I said it.
5-second delay.
He likes Scott. Why are you being so mean?
I think that is it.
Are you saying this one looks different than the other ones?
Cool. Anything that will find.
Because we've seen a lot of these things.
No, we're just upward now, south of the point that we dropped when we saw the.
Oh,
like
right.
it lines up with where we
Oh, okay.
had
Yeah.
mapped it previously.
Got it.
No, it looks like many of the others.
It looks normal.
Yeah.
That was weird.
It looks
Very
less
prominent.
weird hole cut out of the seafloor here.
Yeah.
Maybe there was just enough relief for a similar shadow.
Hey Doug, will we be stopping at this waypoint?
Yeah, and then we're going to track along the track there back to the west, straight across, so that's why I have you stopping there.
Okay, copy that.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, who says M3 mapping isn't fun? You know, yeah, we're not on the seafloor, but we got the map, we got
We got
sage,
sage, we got spikes.
we've got colorful commentary.
Is that waterfall?
Sometimes things fly by the screen.
Sometimes biology goes by and we can't stop.
Say fauna more.
Psychotic, yes.
Thank you.
Show me some say fauna more of that.
It's all
Oh, I made it.
so
You
bad.
untangled it.
You're welcome.
Oh.
Oh.
You untangled it. Now there's 8 of them.
At least you didn't see each other.
I got some really gnarly ones right on the other day. Apparently there's a niece day, and she sent me a really like crusty Facebook meeting about it. It's really
There's another spike.
You coming up another spike?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're approaching. I think we're gonna go over something here.
Yeah, we
Very
I think we
about 4
did.
minutes ago.
Yeah. I think it's from passing over that.
This thing?
Yeah. Or no, I think it's from the depression. Yeah.
Yeah.
The technical term is the hole.
The hole. I think it's from the hole. And it's and this peak is coming up quicker than our pretty regularly spaced ones. I think it's the hole. I'm just gonna turn my computer.
Yeah, that's
We'll keep looking over their
Yeah.
shoulder.
Well, the people,
Yeah.
the people in the room
people
want to
can
see
the
sage.
sage. Sage is for the people.
Tim actually sage.
If you're just tuning in and you don't know what sage is not a person. Sage is a methane sensor detecting the concentration of
I thought
dissolved
sage
methane in the
was
water
Scotland.
column.
No, it's sage Scott.
Sage.
What does it actually stand for, Scott?
Sensor for aqueous gases in the environment.
Okay.
Sensor for
We
didn't
aqueous
have to
gases in the environment. That's
Choose
not
other
trying to make
letters in it
sage
or anything.
happen.
It's actually a functional acronym, which is nice.
It's a functional
None of
acronym.
those where like the N is actually the 4th letter in whatever word. Like
Just so it makes something cool sounding.
yeah.
There we go.
Oh, I thought you were gonna fix it by just turning it away from Jess.
That's the
Just flipped it.
the fix is
Flipped
over.
it around.
Let's have sage talk.
Yeah.
Jeff, can I move your chair?
Could have been rage.
Slowly drags it out of the room.
Jeff, we're gonna fix this for you.
Because sometimes we get a bit of an echo, so I don't wanna
Okay.
make it worse.
Okay.
A couple days ago,
It's very subtle.
somebody in the chat went, you guys have WD-40 on board,
Yeah,
so
we
you
do.
guys would fix your squeaking chairs. I'm like, man, calm down.
Wow.
Been there, done that. We
We're
tried.
busy keeping a robot at the bottom of the ocean. Time for the chairs.
But yeah, maybe the WD-40. There's a lot of squeaks.
The worst part was that after they said that, I had the headphones on and I did notice it.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Now you can't unnotice it.
Ooh, might you put the squeaky noise in? It's really squeaky
you guys are quiet, like I said. It's those two that are.
You don't get the authentic experience if things aren't
Yeah.
creaking. It's
Yeah.
on a boat.
If your chair isn't swaying back and forth and creaking.
Right.
If you're not dropping your phone or your water bottle on the floor, it's
Yeah.
not enough.
Yeah.
experience.
If you lift your feet up and you start rotating.
Yeah.
I'm surprised no one's asked us to open any cans of soda.
I know. Okay, that's annoying though.
That was Dan opened one.
Zach will do that on purpose to annoy me.
There's a Ticonderoga on
And
this
then
side.
proceed to spill it.
And yeah, and then to proceed to knock it all over the floor.
Dan took like 3 minutes to open one yesterday because he was trying so hard to be quiet, and then it just popped like a normal can. Like there was nobody, but like he and Pedro were like covering it with their hands.
There is a
You might
door.
think, you might think the solution could be to walk outside of the control room.
Well,
They
no,
took-
if you
they
walk,
took 3 minutes.
if you walk out of the control room, you miss something.
Ooh. And ready to turn.
Oh
That
my
was
gosh.
that was a smaller spike this time.
Yeah, so maybe we did go
got to the
past
other
it.
side.
I think
Yeah,
we
we did.
constrained it.
Thank God.
Imagine if it had
would've
just
been
been like
so
a
sad.
massive, we're like, oh, we're turning west again.
We-
Can we just
Oh.
keep going until we get yelled at by
Well,
biology?
That was yesterday when we were going south, and then Jeff came in to tell us that the gas balloon he had mapped was to the north. And as he came in, sake started spiking, and then we're like, oh, going back towards that gas balloon, turn around.
Yep,
Started
In
dropping
line.
off again. So somewhere south of where we were, where the turnaround point of the dive yesterday is a
Turning.
large.
I-
Turn the right way.
well,
don't
that was a
wanna
published
hear
one,
I was worried about.
Yeah, good.
so
I
we,
know, we've had that.
we went to a
Somewhere
new
else.
one.
I know.
Like, okay, let's see if it does
Start a line.
Start alarm.
this.
Well, I have confirmed as the published one then.
Yeah.
Are we faster than this?
We're about the same speed right now, so if they catch up, we'll just have them bumped out by one.
I'll give you a head
It's
start.
good. I'd like to share that I
Oh.
won the Mari giveaway.
What was that?
I think
Mound.
There was a
For
Mari
ROV, that's our
giveaway on
ROV
Instagram.
waypoint.
So I won a flapjack on an octopus pin.
Oh, that's awesome.
Look at it.
Look at that. What's that?
So cute.
That's pretty cool though.
Is that, see?
Ooh.
It's one of the big mounds we went over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that?
Old news.
No,
Wait.
yes.
That
Is
was
that-
near
is that Porter?
M3 bubbles, yes. But not
Yes.
I was looking at the partnerships.
There's a 3-meter relief there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a really big mound.
Should we drop a position?
Do we have one up here?
No, we don't.
Yeah, drop a waypoint.
Drop a mark.
Big, large mound. Very creative. Large mound. Large mound hole.
We need to get better at
We
this.
gotta get a thesaurus out.
Depression.
Depression.
We've made it into 2.
To two, yeah.
Well, we don't want to say pockmark because we don't know that it is.
Although we're on a seep
We're on a seep and there are.
and we're resisting the
Round.
pockmark.
Concave. Indeed.
Yeah.
Oh.
An area of slightly deeper seafloor surrounded by
Makes fun as
higher
jargony-
seafloor.
As jargony as possible.
Yeah. Jar
For-
got 'em.
14-meter depth next to 12-meter depth.
Did you see that?
Yeah, but that happens sometimes. I think we're just like that was happening last cruise, for example, like periodically.
Okay.
But
I'm just.
we're just
broken.
extra sensitive to it now.
Yeah.
It's extra sensitive. Huh. I'm not gonna have time.
It's terrifying to have someone in your phone with the same name as your advisor because every now and then if it's right with a sediment that's kind of
One of my friends, her partner and her advisor have the same name.
I'm sorry.
I just felt really weird. I thought you were curious. Yeah. I crossed the line.
There's a period. There's a period where the lab that Chernoff was with, one of them defended and one of them, actually not both, 2 of them defended, and one of them changed their name, but for a while, between 4 grad students, there were 2 names.
Jeez. It's not enough names for 4 people.
This was
I would say just have 4 names. they're in there before.
You really wish you'd say that.
Oh, man.
Ken, there should be some coming up shortly here, yeah?
Mhm.
Hopefully.
I think so. Keep
Because
an
we
eye
still
out
have,
to
like, 10
starboard.
meters. Oh.
It's kind of cool, you can feel the ship working hard.
I think we hear the ship
Working harder, because you're going 20 knots, like almost.
The ship doesn't like to move completely sideways, which is what we're having to do.
I mean,
Is that the thruster, you think?
probably a combination.
I think they would need a thruster to maintain the heading.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely using, we usually use one mouth thruster, so it usually makes a lot of noise. A lot of noise. It's alright, it's just, Ben can't hear it anyways, and he's in the forward room. He's fine.
The day after Tomer's birthday, Alex was like, so I woke up to scream.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought someone was hurt, and then it was like, happy birthday, and then I
Yeah.
realized it was someone's birthday. Next time I'll stomp my feet in the mess so
That's
that you
fine.
know. Next
Yeah,
time
just
I'll,
get 3 stomps.
next time I'll push in my chair in the mess extra loudly for you.
That's fine. That's good. No, you're kind of sitting over like Lewis and
ROV bridge, we're making 0.8 now. Do you want me to go still a bit faster?
that's okay, because we're keeping the same.
No, that's okay. 0.8 is good.
Check out
It's a
the
mound,
mounds.
a mound. Have we actually seen bubbles on the M3 yet?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
multiple times.
We've seen a couple of
Okay.
And visually.
vertical plumes.
Yeah, we've been at 126 from the vessel velocity since it started moving, so it's a good match.
So what depth is Sprint using?
Sprint is using IPS.
Okay. And that's what I'm gonna use to correct
Let me
our
just
depth.
let me just confirm, because I might have changed it in the beginning, not during the survey, but we'll always have the Sprint issues.
Might be able to slow us down. Sure.
I don't know.
Oh, it's actually using Para,
It's not.
Is it?
The good Paro.
the good Para.
Oh, we're mounds.
Big mounds.
That's, okay, that just puts it into jog,
Mhm.
so that you actually set the speed.
Might have a plume
But
coming
it
up.
takes it away from. Because I've done it, so I was able to change the speed once at the waypoint, and have it work. I thought that was great. And since then, I have not been able to replicate it, so I think the false was. I don't know how that worked.
Yeah, I thought it would.
Happy birthday, Aaron.
Thank you.
Happy birthday!
Happy
Happy
birthday!
birthday!
His birthday.
Do you want to give a shout out on the live stream to anybody?
I don't think anyone's listening, so I don't know. I'll come up with someone really
People are
ridiculous.
riveted by this multi-media.
Should we sing?
Happy
No,
birthday.
I think we're gonna get
Oh, it's copyright,
Disney's gonna
copyright.
Oh.
Watch it.
Oh my
They just want really unhinged shout out.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's why people can't sing happy birthday when you go to like Applebee's or something. They have their own like dance. It's
Wait.
Disney copyright. Wrote it.
I thought it was
I think they
Lips
purchased
copyrighted.
the rights to it from someone who had it.
I thought the Beatles did for some reason. That makes it. I don't know why they would.
How? Because copyright law is weird.
Disney has a lot of money, and that's pretty much it.
I'm just
Yeah.
wondering how Happy Birthday isn't old enough to be in the public domain.
That's
I
what
know.
that's what we were. That's
How
what
about
came
that?
up with. Is in the public domain in the United States and the European Union.
I think that's been recently changed though.
So you sing happy birthday?
I mean, we're in international waters, right?
No, I don't think so. No, in 2012.
Yeah.
Is the ship on the Cayman Islands?
Oh.
Yeah, true, we are on the Cayman Islands.
Is the Cayman Islands, is it,
But we're in Chilean
is
waters.
it,
We're in Chilean waters.
We're in international waters, aren't
We're more than 12
we?
miles
More than 12
out.
We need to
nautical
check
miles.
I think
Exclusive economic zone.
Make it easy.
We're
Can
within
someone
the
look up
easy.
maritime law
But do
for
they-
happy birthday copyright?
Did we get a permit?
Yeah, called
We-
boat problems.
I don't know, we're not in international waters, I can say that.
if Dave goes in the room, a national observer, then can we sing Happy Birthday?
We'll have to ask Diego.
Kidding.
Do. Happy birthday.
Actually,
New
I just
one.
want everyone to
An original.
improvise at once, like jazz.
John gets to create a new original.
Yeah.
Break out the guitar.
Break out your
No, it
iPhone
isn't.
app where you do your thing.
Yeah.
It's like jazz where just everyone improvises.
I'm putting him on the spot anyway. He wanted to. He was like, actually,
Hey Jeff,
Yes.
we're off the scale.
Oh, I'll change it. We're off the. Well, let me make that the dip.
You know, shout out to my nephew who is definitely not listening to this, but almost shares a birthday with me. Shout out to Harry.
Hey, that's cool.
That'll be
What's
fine.
his name?
Harrison?
Harrison.
We know you're out
Happy
there.
birthday, Harrison.
He's turning 8? 8. I'm saying with more confidence. this time.
Cute. Where's Harrison right now?
So we're
He's currently in Florida.
we are
I don't think
outside
he's
of the
in
territorial
Massachusetts.
seas. But we are within the
We're in an
Chilean
exclusive economic zone.
economic zone.
That's right. But we are outside the territorial seas where the laws of the nation apply.
Yeah. But the resources are
They
theirs.
have the exclusive
The exclusive
rights to
the
resources.
Yep, includes copyright laws to Happy Birthday.
Apparently copyright
Which isn't
law.
part of the
Uh,
economic exclusivity zone.
We're definitely getting pulled now by getting the tension tug.
Yeah.
We've been getting pulled the whole this route.
Yeah, I think it's just gone up a little bit.
Yeah.
It's
We need an
an AUV would be nice.
Are you going, is Schmidt gonna get one?
maybe someday. What else should we get?
Two
Ice
Two
cream.
AUVs and ice cream.
and an ice cream maker.
Yeah.
Ice cream machine.
Soft
Did
ice
Ben
cream.
talk you into that?
Yes. Oh, it's soft.
No,
Did
that
Ben
was
talk
me,
you in?
that was
Okay.
me.
Ben's been asking for like 2 years.
But it sounds like we have enough people. Like there's potential.
Like soft ice, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A
no,
nice
I.
little soft serve machine.
You can put
I'm
the
in.
passion fruit into the soft drink with passion
Why would you ruin the soft serve?
fruit. No, you can do it.
Well, you have to have
Don't
chocolate
talk
and
about
vanilla,
that.
and then you can have it.
Have you never had Dole Whip?
First swirl, chocolate, vanilla, and the swirl.
I'm sorry for
No,
you. I pity you.
No, I don't like passion fruit.
We were dabbling with the idea of getting a waffle maker.
Well, you know, we're talking about buying
Should
one
we
for a
just bring,
month.
let's just bring one?
We were actually talking about buying one more for a month.
Yeah.
My relief soap alarm just went off. Oh, is it time for me to go?
It's time for you to go.
Okay.
this is the end, guys?
Yep,
So-
this is it.
and
Nailed it.
Turn around.
Yep.
Turn around.
It is.
Mapping is
Careful,
over.
we can't start
Coming to a
59
close.
seconds.
Right.
If you
What
sing
did you
it
say?
badly enough, I feel like they won't copyright you.
The early,
Otherwise,
Making those
karaoke would not be a viable
pencils.
business.
That's true.
the early morning mapping team is wrapping up. We will move off into the computer room to process this and get a quick turnaround.
We'll get that map up on the screen in here, so
What's our first
our
target?
sampling team can come in and use it to target the sites they're gonna visit today on the seafloor.
That's the first thing they can do. Is that a phone hitting the floor?
Yep.
Of course it is.
We should make
Is
bingo
that the end?
boards.
Do you want me to
Yep.
stop at that next
Stop
waypoint?
logging.
In the blind.
Yes, please.
We can move to the seafloor and go to the closest waypoint that we
We'll be
dropped.
stopping mapping at that waypoint, and then we'll
Well, I
decide
think
on
we'll
which
just
direction
go
we're gonna
straight
go
back
for
to the first
sampling. So once we get to that waypoint, we can just travel at a normal
Yep.
speed most likely.
M3C1.
Alright, which one would you like 0.5 or so?
Yeah, that'll probably be good when we start moving for checking for sampling spots.
Alright, sweet, I keep my eyes peeled for new waypoints.
Roger that, thank you.
This is mine. This room is so cold, bandana.
Thanks, Jeff.
Unless we see something.
Aaron, my robotics lab this morning was 13.5 Celsius. It's so cold in there.
I think we actually saw bubbles on that
I'm a little sad. I warmed up the seat.
Go ahead.
Went to sleep.
Yeah, if you want, you can slow us stop here. It looks like we're gonna be going backtracking along this line a little bit. towards the bottom.
Alright, slow and to stop.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. This is the 8 to 4 watch, taking over at 9 a.m. Giving our M3 mappers an extra hour to complete their route. And now we get to go see what they were mapping. So we are going to leave the 25 meter above the bottom spot, where the ROV has been for the last 4 hours, and head to the bottom. We're going to begin sampling to study the methane seeps here at Concepcion seep site. And our mappers have left us a cluster of 3 targets where they've presumably seen both methane spikes and some hard ground, some carbonate mounds possibly. So we're going to check those out. We have our loggers, Aaron and Paula, with us, and it's Aaron's birthday. Everybody wish her happy birthday.
Thank you.
Did somebody? All right, let's take a look at what we have. What are all those little white spots on the bottom? Urchins. Cool. Sterichinus, maybe, was the name I was given yesterday. Sea urchins often hang out around methane seeps off Oregon and California, so it's not surprising. We also have a lot of sea pens, the small variety. We have some red corals that might be Swiftia. And some bigger corals. We need to go really slow so we can just. Yeah. So I need to. We're always interested in what the transition looks like between the seep and the background community and whether the intermediate transition community. Maybe those aren't sea pens, maybe they're corals like Taurella or another group.
How's the current then, Alex?
It's going the same direction as, no, I can't really tell the guys. I thought they moved more.
Anna, if you're out there, can you tell us whether these are single stock corals that we're looking at and what they might be? Anna Adamo is our coral expert on board. Sort of a golden color variety and a white one, and they don't know, presumably they're different. They do look like sea pens, but I'm not sure if they are. It's a really large brittle star sitting on top of one of them.
Right, Robbie, something away
Updated waypoint, sister.
So this is not a methane seep community as far as we know, but they might be taking advantage of the extra microbial productivity in the water. There's certainly a high density of animals here. And the Swiftias, the red corals, I'm not sure if they're Swiftias, but if they are, they might also have symbionts that can fix carbon and make food. There's a multi-armed asteroid, a sun star. Not sure which genus this is. I think this would qualify as a coral garden in here. A sun star, yeah. Looks like the urchins are getting more abundant. And maybe we're picking up some clams also on the ground. Can we zoom in on this urchin, on the anemone, please? There might be some bacteria there. also. Maybe it's just urchin spines. It looks like a pile of white urchin spines, maybe. Thank you. The corals do look like Thauerella, but I don't know too many other coral genera in that shape. We're definitely seeing some dead clam shells, so that's a good sign. Means we're getting towards the seep. Looks like clusters of bryozoans here. Bryozoans are colonial animals that make structures. They look a little bit like plants. But they're interesting because they're really abundant at fossil seeps on land. So they were a dominant part of the past seep scene. So lots of smaller clam shells here, but I don't see any living clams. We also have little pieces of carbonate showing up, which is a good sign. I think we can call this an urchin coral garden. But a garden with no plants. We are at 694 meters right now, so no sunlight to speak of. There might be bioluminescent light, but no light from above. So no plants are growing here. There might be some plants coming down from the shelf that wash in. And if you ever see a large mound of urchins on top of something, chances are it's on top of plant material, like a kelp holdfast. We're like a third of the way there. So I'm pretty sure these white, gray, brambly things are bryozoans on the bottom that we're probably have a lot of other things living in them. Let's see. So there are rocks here. I'm tempted to sample, but I want to wait till we get to the seep. We would consider this background or transition communities. Do you want to introduce what we're seeing in Spanish?
Hola, buenos días. Praxedes Muñoz por aquí, de la Universidad Católica del Norte. Lo que estamos observando a 694 metros de profundidad, con una concentración de oxígeno de 170 micromolar. Son condiciones óxicas a esta profundidad y se está buscando algún lugar para tomar algunas muestras de sedimento como control. Esta mañana hemos visto algunos puntos en donde hay emanaciones de metano. Entonces es necesario en este minuto tener algunas medidas fuera de la zona de emisión de metano. Se observa aquí una fauna y condiciones muy distintas de las que hemos visto en los afloramientos de metano. Y esto parece un jardín de corales de profundidad.
Guys, could you get a photo of that? It looks like a bubblegum coral, possibly. Or a gorgia. Okay, a small clam patch and an anemone. Fairly large one. It almost looks like the anemone's been eating the clams and leaving the shells around it, like an octopus or something. But don't think that's the case. There's rock.
To the right.
So keep in mind, we put the target, where the ship, where the vessel, sorry, where the ROV was, not necessarily where it was on the N3. So it might be 20 meters off.
Crab, I think.
Crab.
Under the rock? Yeah. Looks like that might be I don't know if that's a black coral. Just something different. Don't know my corals well. Are we moving towards a big mound, maybe? So the big question is whether the mounds here will be topped by tubeworms. We're coming up on a mapped feature.
Very nice. What format is
We're seeing some clusters of dead clamshells.
Could you tell my conflict in that?
Okay, well, we are at now a bigger carbonate structure. These rocks we're looking at are authigenic carbonates made by microbes from anaerobic methane oxidation processes. They are consortia of bacteria and archaea that have the production of carbonate as a byproduct. And this carbonate, as you can see, provides a home for all kinds of animals, both when they're active and inactive. Okay, I know Greg wants that sea urchin right back up at the top of the rock. The name starts with a D. It escapes me. Let's see if it's named in our dive plan. Are we able to stamp sample?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put some carrots, so don't make a mess.
So number one under our list of megafauna is conical sea urchin. That would be that one. Let's see if Greg's watching. He can send us the name again.
No, just aggregate. Let's.
You think this will fit in a coral clipper? Okay. And we'll use a bio box. Yeah, we'll want to get a really good picture. You guys got it? Loggers. This urchin was photographed by the Germans when they were here at this seep with an ROV. And it's pretty unusual. Most sea urchins are sort of spherical in nature. This one's very elongate and tall and conical. Okay.
not touching anything else.
You can see from this view that the rock is home to many different types of organisms. There's a galatheid crab. There's a whole slew of different types of small corals. There are hydroids, bryozoans.
Trying to get like, that actually might have a good there, but.
I don't know how fragile the test is. That looks great.
Come up just a little bit.
Got the picture, thank you.
Which biobox are you going to go for?
We'll go for 4A, 4B, whichever one is easier for you. Get your rotors on.
One has to wonder what evolutionary force shaped that urchin and why are they tall like that? Do they take particles out of the water or just feed on the bottom? It doesn't seem like it would be so efficient to crawl around with that large body atop.
Yeah, that's it.
So 4B? You think? Okay, you guys get that?
You might have to, push down
Yeah. For loggers filling out the basket map, it's really helpful to have a water depth alongside the time and the name of what's in there. So the time and the depth. If you don't mind writing it on the basket map, that's really, really helpful. So before we move, Anna sent me a picture of a white coral that she says was down in this view to the right. Just, and I'm not sure if maybe she's looking, I think she actually sent a picture of that coral, of this one. What do you think? Doesn't that look like that? And Eulogio says to take a small piece. I don't know with this one whether it's possible or whether we just take it, that whole one. So the urchin is called Dermachinus horridus. You guys want to enter that? And this is the one Anna would like to have. And can you open a coral quiver? So the community here, we're not really seeing any evidence of seepage yet. It's, but we're on carbonate, so
Lisa, for what it's worth, we did get a spike in methane when we got to these carbonate mounds.
we did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's useful to know. Scott's our sage.
Or sage.
Our sage monitor and master, I guess I should call you the sage master, tells us that there's a little spike in methane right at these carbonate mounds, so there is some methane coming out here. We wouldn't normally call the community we're looking at a seep community, but one never knows. It's quite possible that the hydrates and corals are getting carbon from methane.
That's why I'm making them for you.
The thing, did you find your screws?
No, Roxy wasn't able to get them, and then Nick was in the middle of that you were, and
I'm still really sage guinea pig. Apparently I'm the first non-sage person to be using sage. So,
We'll be using sage alone.
sage apprentice, or sage guinea pig.
So Greg tells us that that tall conical urchin is a suspension feeder. That would make sense why it wants to get up higher off the ground. There's usually more food particles floating by the higher you are from the bottom. For attached organisms, that's why they grow up rather than across.
Is that white one, yeah? That he has? Lisa?
Yes,
What's that?
this is the one. Looks like we got the whole creature. Anna, do you know what genus this is? If you're there. Looks like a twofer. We got a small red coral and the white one. Maybe a swiftia for the red one. And the common name of that sea urchin is apparently cactus urchin. You can see why. Yes, we're good? Thank you. So we're going in coral quiver 1. So it's an octocoral, but which one? I don't know.
Both in there.
Thank you. So this is interesting. We are, as far as I can tell, well, maybe we're not on our waypoint. This Scott, you think this is the first mound that they were talking about?
I don't know, we're about to have, Jeff has the M3 set that's about to be in at some point. It very well could be, so what we saw over on this side was a bunch of small mounds, which could be these carbonate mounds, there are a few more around here.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to decide if we're sitting on that thing called seep 1 and 3 seep 1, are we?
Yes, looks like that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that's what we saw in the M3.
That's the position of the ROV when we saw it.
Yeah, so it could be 20 meters to the right or left.
Okay.
But I'll check it on the map.
Well, what we want to do is make sure we don't miss a big seep. This might be a diffuse seep. Lots of corals here, but corals get abundant when there's a elevated hard substrate to sit on, so. Pachi, which clams? But where? Just the ones, the shells around, yeah. So all these small clams that are dead, we haven't seen live ones, are Calyptogena gallardoi, named after Victor Gallardo, who is an eminent deep sea and coastal biologist and microbiologist from the University of Concepcion. I did a sabbatical with him in 1998. Okay, I'm thinking that maybe we continue along this for another 20 meters and then head up to that spot, yeah.
20 meters to the west, then come back around.
Is it more than 20 meters away? I mean, less than 20 meters away? Sorry.
But when we were running the line, we were headed north and south of the marker where the RV was, so we could have passed it, like somewhere around there. You see.
Oh, okay. So you think so to look for this waypoint, you think we should just circle around?
I would just say turn south and come this way for 20 meters.
And then come
And
back
then if
over.
we don't see it, well, that's
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
He's working on the map.
So he's working on the map. So we can.
Yeah, I mean, this well could have been the hit because Scott's seeing methane here. And we have a raised carbonate feature. So it will be, we'll have to see if all of these look like this or if there's some more active seep. Were there bubble plumes here?
I don't think this spot had a bubble plume.
We saw
I think we
bubbles.
marked them, it was northeast of here
bubbles.
and east of here. Yeah. That was the smaller plume, right, Juliana, that one to the southeast.
Which one? This one had bubbles. We physically saw the bubbles in the RV camera.
Yeah. Oh, there was also, Juliana, did we mark where we saw the bubble plume in the M3 that we didn't pass right over?
I think that was this one.
Was it this
I
one?
think that was the
Okay.
M3 one.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sort of tempted to head, well, that's a bit away, right? Are these 10 meter?
Yes.
So that's a few hundred meters away.
This one?
Well, we didn't see bubbles there.
Well, I think he's very close to having a map, so I think if we
efficiency, why don't we just go to the closest one, rather than go looking
The
down?
large mound?
No,
Yeah,
that one, that one.
Then you have to move the ship.
Correct.
And then we'll just continue on towards the one that's public movement, unless his map tells us something different, but we'll check out that spot first.
If I remember correctly, the large mound was significantly larger.
The one up there,
Yeah, but
so you don't
Yeah.
have to move the ship to go to that one.
No, we can stay, we can just cruise up there without moving the ship, and then we can move the ship and come back to tubeworm mound.
Okay, let's do that. We'll just check it out. Okay, we were just consulting on where we are, where our targets are, whether we have to move the ship to go see them.
Bridge RV.
There's definitely some clams down here, but again, everything continues to look
Waypoint ready
dead.
for takeoff.
Yeah, I guess.
There's some more conical urchins. Dermatinus. Star on top. More clams. Can we just slow down and zoom in and see if anything's alive down there? Or I do see a faint bacterial mats, but they're on rock. We're on hard ground. Well, we're not gonna sample, so just to take a look. So there's some bacteria. I'm still not seeing live clams. Anybody see clam siphons or any indication of living? Some sponge. Okay, we can continue. Just wanted to check these in case.
You did what you did.
You were
Looks like there's more activity up here.
Check out these clam shards as well.
Yeah, I'm really fascinated by these big sea anemones that have a pile of shells around them. Like, do we think that they're eating the clams, or the clams are taking advantage of the same chemistry that the sea anemone likes. There's all kinds of reasons why. Let's zoom in on that and just take a look at. Or else the anemone's settling on the clams as a hard substrate. It's just so funny. They're all dead shells there. And a crab. And a beautiful polychaete maybe sitting on the anemone. Scale worm.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good, thank you. There's a tube worm, maybe, to the left. One. One horizontally growing. When that horizontal, it's either been knocked over or the horizontal growth form often is the result of intensive trawling. The only way to survive. I'm not sure if it's alive. There's another tube or two to the left. Yep.
Bueno, estamos observando muchas rocas carbonáticas que se forman por precipitación autigénica o precipitación in situ debido a la oxidación anaeróbica del metano. Es muy típica de estas zonas.
It's a very large mound, so there should be something coming up.
Se está observando en los sensores de metano que suben y bajan en distintos puntos.
Big anemones. And a lot of them. It's fascinating. So basket star, that, Dromachinus. Some flytrap anemones, maybe. So these are pretty big carbonate boulders. The base, there's dead clam shells. We're not seeing clusters of tubeworms on top.
And these are likely what we flew over on the M3.
Is this what would have been called large mound?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks, there were a couple big things and smaller ones that were probably these boulders.
Ooh, look at the coral. Can we just zoom in on
I
that?
mean, you want to put that there, the chat there. Yeah, that's just fine. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure. Wait, I'm sorry. What's easier for you? These over here, that's me, and through the chat. Just because I can be prepared.
That's fine, just which one do you want, the chat here?
Side cam here.
Side cam here,
Yeah.
chat.
Sorry. No worries.
seen coral like this off Costa Rica. I think it's a black coral, and I would like a piece of it. So we can open another coral quiver. Someone in the chat's asking why we never collect anemones, which we actually do collect anemones quite a bit. They often come on tubes and on the rocks. We just don't target the really big ones because we don't have any containers for them. And we have a coral expert on board who's doing eDNA studies of the corals and is trying to get pieces to help ground truth that work.
I'm still spinning. Well, I'll come off and get better. We don't want to play this game for a long time. Yeah. Come around and put the starboard out. Get to float out anyway.
We're also going to want to close a niskin here. Please.
I'm always happy. Yeah, we can't do this first if you like.
Might be good. Number one. Okay, we're taking a niskin. Niskin. One. you. Do we have a coral clipper open? Ooh. I think we blinded this poor fish.
Oh, it's blinding us.
Doesn't know where to go. Number 2. Every time you open that, I get excited. I see shimmering water and think we found a hydrothermal seep. But it's, what we're seeing is the fresh water mixing with seawater. When the vehicle goes down, the samplers are often filled with fresh water just to make sure that there's no air trapped in there. So just a piece.
Is this a black hole?
It is. It's my understanding. Crab's gonna have a ride. Oop, good.
Is it black corals that can live for extraordinarily long period of time?
They can, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The 4,000-year-old ones tend not to be the black corals, but I don't know. That coral is probably reasonably old, but I couldn't say.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest.
So, Jeff, these mounds aren't too active in terms of sea animals. They are not.
Oh.
So we need to go find something with bubbles, probably. Do you recommend,
Did you find the bubble stream that was, have we looked for the bubble stream?
there was one marked bubbles. We haven't been to that yet.
Okay, let's go give that one a look, cause we saw it
That's
in
the
the
best bet right now. Just one, is there just one bubble stream?
No, there was 3. We marked, at least 2 that got marked on here as close spots, where we saw it on the map, on the multi-beam, and then we marked it as a waypoint. So it's nearby that spot.
So what we've seen so far in the way of sea creatures are a lot of dead clamshells.
Okay.
And maybe 1 or 2 random tubeworms growing horizontally along the bottom.
Once we get the map, it's already in the Fleeter map, in the 3D view is the M3 map.
Okay.
And they're putting it into the ROV navigation.
What is the big red?
That's a giant mound. That's the biggest mound that has a seep off to the side of it.
Do we know?
It's in there, and after Jules is done, I'll ask her if she can just rotate it to look down so I can point out where.
It would be good to know which of those green dots that is. And it won't be. So, can I just ask, is all the red mound and red topography there associated with bubble streams or not necessarily?
One of them is, so if, it's hard to see from this angle, yeah, so there are, I don't, yeah, maybe have it the right orientation. So, sorry, is it this one, Jules? Or where, I don't have the same map that has the waypoints on it.
This one is bubbled, yes.
So down, this mound right here had a bubble stream at it. And then I think there's another, if my memory is right, there's another bubble stream that was in the north, like right where the stern of the boat is. I think there was another.
M3 term tubeworm found too,
Question mark. We don't know what they are. They look like mounds that were, we saw in other ones. So you go to that, could go to the bubble stream with the big yes, which is down here. It's pretty close. It's not far away.
We physically saw
You could
the
go to,
bubbles.
you could just go by some of these, and then that's the bubble stream where we saw it.
Okay. We have to move the ship for that. What's it called on that map, the bubbles?
M3 bubbles, yeah.
M3 bubbles, yes. Someone put an exclamation
With
point.
2 S's and
It was
an
a very
exclamation
big
mark.
bubble stream.
Okay, we'll try that spot. Thank you.
The methane, all the sage spikes were all up here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So there's that kind of big features.
Are we
that-
closer to that
Yes.
than the bubble stream?
Yeah.
We're closer to those, that one's way down there.
200 meters.
This area you are closer to, and there was, seemed like a pretty active area in the methane.
All right, let's stop a second.
Just hanging out here.
And
You could try
the
going to.
direction is northeast, right? Mostly east, a little north. All right, we have to decide. And I know everybody, most of the people on the ship want us to find some active seepage. So, Scott and Jeff, do you think our best chance of finding seep faunas are gonna be in that northern sector or the southern bubble stream?
Northern, I mean, everything, we saw a lot of we did see a bubble up there, I don't think it got on the waypoint. And every time we crossed kind of into the north part of the survey, sage had big spikes. So there's
Okay.
something around there that it's more than this
We'll
north.
go northeast, huh?
Yeah.
And what's the name of the first green dot there? I can't
Large
see it.
mound.
Large mound 2.
Large mound too. Right. We'll try to pass over the little red volcano on this map.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
No, that would be a discovery.
Okay, so we're gonna avoid the temptation of sampling a lot of other animals right now and see if we can't find some active seep.
By way of volcano.
We have a request for live
Where's your RV?
clams,
You
but
with
we
me
need to
too?
get to some actively seeping area to get those, so.
Feel like you could do the gas tank bottle? If you can do the gas tank, if you find an active bubble stream, and did you see that, you saw it yesterday? It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
You can just put
These
your
big
sample
purple
in
anemones are interesting because they're pretty common here.
GTB. Really good shots of the tape, and because we have them color coded.
Sounds good.
Yeah. GTB gas type bottle is on the sample name. You can put. We're only doing one per dive, so you don't really have to bookkeep too much for multiple ones. Just this dive's gas type bottle is the one. Good shot of like the ram pushing in the cylinder and the funnel.
Okay.
And fill it to the line. And you might not see it move very much, but probably worth it the O-ring. I'm gonna sit here real quick to look at the mounds.
Yeah.
Because we went over it.
Sounds good.
All right, we are approaching a big feature, right? We should be.
It's an anemone.
There's a lot of fishing boats out here. That's a pretty big
Did anybody ever get the name of the fish that was on that big old monkfish-like thing that was on the tubeworms yesterday?
Maritza mentioned. I can get it.
We got a name for it?
Are you okay? I don't know if you can do it too, because-
There seems like more particles in the water over here, doesn't it? Are we going up?
Yeah.
Up the hill? Any methane readings, Scott?
Couple of tubeworms. No. Couple of minutes, we'll see something from here probably.
Where do you see tubeworms?
There were a couple down, they were just going on a frame on the right about 20 seconds ago.
Well, we're at the top of the volcano. We have asteroids, hydroids, Dromachinas. Lots of hydroids. We're being visited in the control room by a ship-to-shore event, communicating with somebody on shore. Okay.
I go off the
No
back
big-
side of it, come down, like not to the top, but on the flanks, like to the north and east, northeast.
We're gonna continue on to, there was a
There's a
waypoint past this, right?
Yeah, down the back, the north side of it.
Also, don't go off the exact position in the waypoint, because
The waypoint was dropped, but the fan of the multi-beam is looking off to the side, so it's kind of general area. So when you get to one of the waypoints, kind of make sure you go
Look around.
probably to the east or to the west. The SWAT was looking out, and we couldn't measure how far off the ROV it was.
Oh, there's a couple of tubes, yeah. So there's, and they do look alive. Can we just, where do you guys?
Oh, whoa.
in the crevice, oh, is it rooting?
Stick around out in the shade.
And let's see if I think the tubeworms are alive, at least one of them is, just to.
He's gonna
So we know there's at least a little bit of seepage here with the Lamellibrachia. And we did want to get some Lamellibrachia with a lot of hydroids and on them. There was somebody poking out there
Yeah.
before we where we came along. Not sure about the other one. But it's, oh, there's the octopus. Might be brooding. Yeah, there's the eye, yep.
Oh, that's the eye.
Yeah.
In the back, right there.
Oh.
It's a little guardian fish. Yep. Okay, let's take a look at the tubeworm. I'm not sure that's a good one to collect because I'm not sure it'll fit in anything. We wanted one with some nice hydroids and maybe forams on it, but which this one has. I wonder what, I guess those are the polyps sticking out, the little white dots on the hydroids.
Greg is mentioning tobacco.
He said wait for an active bush, so we want something with more seepage. But you can see all the little zooids sticking out on this hydroid. These are colonial cnidarians, so they're related to the sea anemones in the same phylum. They are probably microcarnivores in the sense that they have stinging cells called nematocysts, and so they can eat the tiniest of organisms, but they can probably also filter particles out. But again, they might be using methane. Some shipboard experiments I've done with Victoria Orphan and Shauna Gofretti and Greg suggest that there could have symbionts that oxidize methane and make food for these animals. Don't know for sure yet, but hydroids have been very, very common at the methane seep, so this would make sense. Then, of course, they provide food for a host of other animals. There's a string of egg cases, maybe attached to this hydroid. Looks like somebody's egg cases. It's an interesting place to protect your eggs. Maybe the stinging cells offer some protection also. Okay, thank you. So there's at least a little bit of methane here, but probably not a whole lot. So we will leave this octopus alone and not really bother it. All right, let's continue around the side of this feature, and I guess we're on the flank now anyway.
Yeah,
We-
we're on the northeast.
We can just look around it and then head up to the waypoint we were on our way to anyway.
yesterday, Maritza mentioned that it can be a lapidare or goosefish.
A goosefish, that was. For those of you who were watching yesterday when we were at the tubeworm bushes, there was a big old fish there, possibly a goosefish. So maybe down at the base of this, there would be some
So,
living clams.
it's also something in the M3 around here. Right to the east.
Some bacteria on the side, that's a good sign. Nothing horrible, for sure. Looks like it's running in a line down.
Is this an area backing down the hill?
Yeah, so we can make a deal with it.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Yeah, I wanted to see if there was anything,
Okay.
live clams at the base
Okay.
or not. There are clams, but all dead shells, as far as we can see.
so we're here.
Six 83, so
Yeah, it's only growing.
okay, I guess we can continue heading up toward, let's not disturb them too much. It's pretty.
You just need a hard brush.
Alright, we'll go to the waypoint.
No, that one.
So Jeff, was,
We haven't looked at any of the waypoints yet. Maybe we've been like backing down the hill,
Okay,
so it's hard to get a forward look.
Have we, so this waypoint that we're right next to, we haven't looked at it.
Well, we need to turn around and look at it. And then I think another one to the right would be worth looking at, and then that depression at the top was the biggest sage spike that we had. And it was in a depression that's probably not rocky, so maybe
Might
some
be bacteria.
more sediment up there.
Okay, but I'm just thinking about how do we get to, so the one labeled Mound 2, we haven't looked at it yet. Is that correct?
I think our backs have been to it since we've been coming down the hill, or the mound.
just been slowly backing up.
Jeff, do you remember what direction we were going on that line?
The depression line?
No, in this one that we're,
I think we were going north.
yeah, 'cause my guess is the waypoint is a
So
little
there's
bit
more
north of whatever
clams
each
here.
feature, like it's the direction that we were going on the line. So this probably is when we drop the mound two
Yeah,
for that big one.
right. I think the one to the right would be,
Yeah,
go look at that one.
yeah, I agree.
Cause that was a really,
Not the one we're sitting on.
no, what that one probably was is the mound itself, just offset a little bit, but
Okay.
the one at the bottom to the southeast of us was a really,
Is that
Like
the
a
one labeled
small-
bubbles? No. Are you talking about the one?
the one
the
that,
east
the one
now.
says M3 tubeworm mound question mark. Cause it was a really small, like isolate, like high spot
It's probably that high spot on the
to the,
M3.
right in
to
front
the-
of us.
Right, yeah.
And I guess if we can figure out what that is, we can kind of calibrate what those things were. Cause we didn't know what they were.
We didn't just map them.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, looks like it's just forward.
It's straight in front of us
Yeah.
now. So I think this area would be described as having very tiny patches of diffuse seepage because we see little bacterial patches, we see dead clam patches, but it's not a super active area, say compared to the tubeworms we left yesterday.
It's like this big rock.
Yeah.
Is what might have
Must be
been
with
marked.
the blob, the big,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
interesting.
So it's another black coral with Galathea crabs.
go up to the depression next. To the north, there's another green waypoint. This one? Yeah.
Okay, so most of these are
Geo.
good carbonates. With a lot of dead clams at the base. What is a sad anemone?
And there's some tubeworms.
Okay, there's a cluster of tubeworms under here. Small. Can we just zoom in on them briefly, please?
Because he's on such a dark coral, he looks like he's flying. Oh.
A helicopter.
Just,
It's quite strong current down here.
it is, yeah, I'm trying to think about this in the spot. It's got thrust backwards.
I'd probably like to collect a carbonate rock here too, if the view clears and we can see what's happening.
Just check the size down.
go to the mound, and then to the south where the bubble, M3 bubble, that one was, we physically saw bubbles in the camera at 25 meters in front of us, and then
Yeah.
we saw them in the sonar. So that was,
Air bubbles.
there's a lot of bubbles.
But the depression is our best shot at probably sediment,
Yeah, it
bacterial
was
mat.
flat, like flat depression and high sage hit. But I don't think we had a bubble stream
We
up there.
didn't see bubbles on the M3.
No. So, it's a rocky.
And interesting, I mean, Lisa, you were saying this is a much less active area life-wise. Our background methane here is 8 times higher than yesterday. So
Wow.
there's a ton of methane in the water comparatively.
Maybe because there's no animals
Yeah, because
using it.
nothing's using it. That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
So we know that methane seeps have a really important function as filters of methane coming out from the ground. Methane is a really potent greenhouse gas, probably 20 to 30 times as potent as carbon dioxide. So the ability of the microbes to both turn it into rock and to feed animals that can incorporate the methane in their tissues provides what we would call a valuable ecosystem service of carbon sequestration. The observation that there's more methane in the water here than there was yesterday might be the fact that, due to the fact that the animals yesterday were using it and removing it, and here it's getting into the water and perhaps up even to the surface waters. Okay. I would like to collect the carbonate rock here. We'll call
And Lisa, we
With
are
that
getting
one?
a methane spike here since we've been sitting by the tubeworms. So the methane.
biobox. Or too, is it too big, I should say? It looks like it's about 20 centimeters.
Let's see on our other camera how long it is.
Or do you see another one that's a slightly smaller that? So we know there's some methane here. We know there's tubeworms here. I'm interested in rocks with stuff on them, so
Yeah, we're just
there,
trying to
maybe
organize
over
ourselves.
here.
Yes, it's about 20 wide.
If you turn it on its side. It might break. If you just grab the edge.
Broken's okay.
Yeah. If it breaks into a lot of little pieces, no, but if we keep most of the rock, yes. think it looks like it's gonna break off. Okay, is there another one that looks pick-upable?
It has light on it.
What about this one right here?
Alright, I'm gonna keep you honest on the push towards your side.
Yeah.
And we can just pop over and move to
Is it too big also to grab?
yeah, the gas diagram, and there's a layer.
Try the other. So,
Yeah, it looks pretty good size.
It looks too big.
It might be. It's gonna depend on the angle center or something too. So this.
Mm. Oh my goodness, okay, I can see these are really just very, very crumbly carbonates. We don't wanna keep that. Thank you. Okay, we will stop trying because I don't think they're gonna hold together well enough. Greg would like some tubeworms, and we're interested in fuzzy ones. And Anna asked us to zoom in on the desmophyllum, which are these single corals here. And so I don't think she's asked us to collect them, but to at least get some good imagery of them. These used to be called, well, they're related or are Lophelia, which can occur in big colonies, and they're the same species, it turns out, as the single coral polyps. And Anna on board is the one who discovered this. Can we zoom in on this one also really fast? Could you guys grabbing some photos? Thank you. Okay, great. So we're after 4 tubeworms, and we want the fuzzier the better, so there's like a lot of hydroids on those. And we definitely want ones that are alive, where there's a red plume sticking out.
Let's see. These ones down here, are they acceptable?
No, they're not fuzzy. And Sorry.
That's all right. Well, I just need. I'll
Yeah,
just move up there.
so if we can move up and try to grab some of those.
Yeah. You want me to make it easy for you? Okay, coming up.
So the corals we just zoomed in on are stony corals. They're different than the octocorals and black corals that we've been seeing. Some people call them true corals, and like I said, we're seeing them as single polyps, but they can form big reefs, known as Lophelia reefs in different parts of the world.
Thanks, Jules. Trying not to get back up so we're not banging the elbow against that.
I mean, it's very clear from what we're seeing that octocorals, black corals, and stony corals all live around methane seeps because the base of this structure clearly has seep organisms. And so understanding the relationship between corals and seeps is one of the things that scientists are trying to figure out as we explore these habitats. Same with the anemones. It's fascinating. We have a lot of anemones here. We don't know whether they're relying on seep production to get so big and healthy. Desmophyllum rock, Anna is saying.
How do I feel about that sign? I feel equivalent to the way you feel.
I'm so excited that
You feel awesome too. I feel equally awesome.
So I don't know if you can grab multiple ones from the base or not, but the fuzz, I don't know if this fuzz is on this tube or which ones, but these tubes have both hydroids and bryozoans living on them.
Grab it.
Is this intermediate water or is this the surface current at this depth? Which water mass are we at?
Oh gosh, ask Manu. He's the physical oceanographer. At 683 meters, we're below the equatorial waters for sure. And I don't know if we're in Antarctic intermediate water. The temperature is 5.5, which is pretty warm. that. Looks like you got 2 whole ones there. Great. What bio box do you think you're gonna put it in?
Happy with?
Let's photograph, because got a photograph of that. There we go. Or frame grabber, sorry.
Greg is asking if we can zoom in the hydroids.
If we can what?
Zoom into the
Zoom in
hydroids.
on the hydroids, okay. They're all got their little polyps out. You can see some small crustaceans. Crumbling around. Not sure what else. Maybe I see an amphipod or 2 in there. Maybe an isopod.
He's asking if we can zoom in up a little bit, go up into the hydroid.
Can we move the camera?
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
And maybe, yeah,
Yeah, we're sitting with a range of our cameras.
okay. That's good. I think we're okay. Oh, there's like looks like a Nemertean worm, maybe. They probably eat the hydroid polyps. If you can scan over to the right onto the tube, I want to just highlight for people these little tree-like structures attached to the tube are arborescent foraminifera. They're single-celled organisms that agglutinate sediments, and they too may take advantage of methane. And we do experiments with C13 labeled methane on board ship. Both hydroids and forams are able to take up that label. So that suggests they might have symbionts. Just see what's over on. There's a few more things on the tube here. It's like possibly another set of Nemerteans, ribbon worms. And forams, okay, thank you. Got a picture. So the tubes have their own life. I should say they host a set of other organisms besides the vestimentiferan worm that lives inside. The worms inside are in the genus Lamellibrachia. We don't know yet which species. These are animals with symbiotic bacteria that most likely oxidize hydrogen sulfide. They don't feed in the traditional sense, but they have a big organ called a trophosome full of bacteria that fix carbon and make food for the worm.
When you go to the next waypoint, you're here right now. The next waypoint should be this depression here with this scar. They have published fractures here following that big earthquake that was 15 years ago. It's very important to look for those fractures and this little scar here. So I don't know what's the timing of that.
Well, can we get a waypoint for the scarp feature?
There should be. I don't know.
I mean, there's we're gonna be here for a little while sampling, so.
Biobox 2.
Okay, this is BioBox 2, guys? Yeah. Which, 2A or B, do we know yet?
Dealer's choice, Sonny.
I can try to be
point is right here, and it's that one on top of there.
Yeah, I see. Yep. So just having something to go through here to get to that would be helpful.
There is a big depression here as well, right next to it.
Right, we're gonna look for bacteria.
Yeah, so it would be nice to go and swim around there a little bit on the way to look for them. There should be the big scar visible right on top, fractures. Thanks.
So can you try to get us just another waypoint they can get put in? Thanks. It's just two worms. We didn't get a whole bush. Two worms.
Was that in 2A?
2A, yeah, we think. So if we can try for 2 more. Again, the fuzzy ones, possible. Although we got some good fuzz there. So I misspoke when I said we had Nemertians on the hydroids. They were Aplacophora, which are wormy mollusks, which actually eat hydroids. There are some groups that are specialized to eat cnidarians. When we were zooming in on the hydroid, we could see them. Ooh, my goodness. Don't know if we got the worm. But let's take it and see what happens. Guys got a photograph, loggers? Okay. It can go in the same spot. Yeah. 2A.
estimate of how many worms, or should we just write?
That's probably a half a worm. It's like this. We'll try maybe for another. I don't know if you can. It can be anyone that's alive, so. Oop. Sure, we'll take those. Will they fit in the box? Some clam, looks like they settled on clam shells, doesn't it? Let's get a photo. The base here. Oh, thank you. So Greg will have a few extras. They can go in the museum. So the question is whether these are, which Lamellibrachia species these would be. We're sampling at a depth intermediate between the El Quisco collection and yesterday's 930 meter collection. El Quisco was at 400 meters. These are at 600, almost 700 meters. So we'll have a nice depth distribution for these. And we got some tubeworms at 2,000 meters in the San Antonio or Maipo Canyon. You don't want to stay in there. Nice. Good. Thank you. Yep, it's pretty good.
Very nice.
Okay. I don't know if I should try another rock. They're so crumbly. I guess we'll wait. All right, so we've had a request from the geologists as we head up to the northeast waypoint. We're going to go by some fractures and a little escarpment, which I've asked for a waypoint for that. The,
Just put that in.
did they put in a, what does it say? I can't read it over there.
Yeah, it says scarp, just below
Scarp.
entry depression.
Okay, so the thought is, we're gonna go over to the depression and look for, it should be sedimented, and we're gonna look for bacterial mats there. And they've asked us to fly back and forth over the scarp.
Yeah,
So-
it's best looking at the seafloor as well, because that's probably where
Looking
methane
at
is
the
coming
seafloor,
from. That's where
right.
methane is coming from. Okay.
So we'll head to the scarp first, and then to the depression, and we have to get some sampling done, because we haven't really found, this is the only CP spot we've had so far,
No,
so.
that's very important, because it explains why we have methane here.
So we'll see. These dianthus rocks are a rock with all the single stony corals was very exciting to our coral person, Anna. Haven't seen that before.
Which RV you
So we don't really know what we're gonna find, but this is kind of the combined geology, biology.
Hey Ben, thank you.
Alright, so we'll go north toward the scarp and then come across on the east-west line.
And along the bottom, so we can see.
Yeah, you should.
Make sure we get near that rock before we drop down. We'll smash the M3.
You do not want to do that. If we did come across live clams, we would need to stop and sample, but right now it's a little hard to see. You guys see how the clams like cluster around those anemones? Isn't that strange? I thought it, it's a one-off, but this is a different anemone, but they're definitely more dense where the anemone is. All of the substrate looks pretty hard underneath us, so I don't see anything that would be corable anyway. So we have sea urchins, bryozoans, basket stars, gorgonocephalus.
Make a turn toward the scarp.
So there's apparently a series of faults here that the geologists on board believe are maybe the source of the methane, some of the methane. We're heading up to look at these fractures. and in hopefully finding a depression, sediment-filled depression that might be corable with bacteria. High concentration of basket stars here, that's unusual. And a lot of sea urchins. We know that the sea urchins can eat bacteria, but they can also scavenge very effectively. I don't think they're deposit feeders. Well, could we just slow down and zoom in on the clams just in case they're alive? There are a lot of shells here. But I'm still not seeing live ones. Okay, that's fine, thank you. Oop, we just hit something, went over a ledge. Are we at it?
Yeah.
Are we at the, what supposedly is the scarp?
Yeah.
Was that it, or that we just went over, do you think?
That's it.
Did you see the ledge?
That's
We
it.
went over
Yeah,
it?
we just went over it. And let's look if there is any smaller fractures going more or less this way on top of it.
Top of it.
Yeah, in this general area around, along this carb. We don't know exactly where they are, but they should be around.
There's a lot of dead clams, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You wanna look for lines of clams? I'm not sure what other feature, how would you visualize?
I call it the seafloor. They
Okay.
documented that.
So this is an area that was affected by the earthquake, and
Yes.
that's why we expect to see fractures here.
Yeah, they have been documented.
So there was an 8.8 earthquake in this region in 2010, so it's been 14 years.
So now we're flying parallel to the scarp, that's what you want, right?
Thank you.
Seems to be flattening out.
So we're looking for grooves in the seafloor effectively as evidence of fractures.
We should be here now, so if you can just go that way and there should be a depression here if you want to.
Yes, we definitely need to look for bacterial mats and anything corable, so. But I don't know, does it show up as a depression on the sonar?
It is a depression on the mountain. If you want, you can give yourself a little bit on the.
Oh, now I see it goes down to the right. Right.
So on the other side of it.
Yeah, no, on this side. but
You
on the-
you want to keep looking for fractures up here.
It's on the way, yeah. Going out north, we can keep on the, even a little bit more on the west.
But eventually, we're gonna want to go over there and look inside.
That's not the depression just yet.
That's not
still
the depression?
That's still the scar.
Is this part of your scarp here?
Yeah. We are probably more or less around here. The scar
And it's
does
only a
something
meter
like
high, something like that?
I think so. That looks
And you think this happened during the quake?
Either because of the earthquake or was already there, but the set of new fractures that they documented in 2016 or a little earlier than that actually.
Scott, what's the methane?
Of us. At the moment, we don't see any. The sedimentation rate, so the amount of accumulation of mud in this area, shouldn't be enough in this very short time to fill them. So if they are not here, either something happened that was able to fill them, or they are not just there anymore for any reason. And that's a little octopus. Super cute.
Yep. Turn off the laser then.
So when we have fractures on the seafloor, usually is the place where we can find methane escaping, because fractures are very permeable compared to anything that is around them. Usually mud is relatively impermeable, so prevents the migration of fluids from the subsurface to the seafloor. So we need to sort of break him apart, make it brittle if you want, and through those fractures the methane can reach the seafloor and fuel all the ecosystem that we have been seeing so far. It is reasonable to hypothesize that after the earthquake, a lot of sediment moved. That happens quite commonly if you shake around all the, let's define them, loose sediment that is on top of on the seafloor and in the shallow subsurface can be remobilized and basically slump and slide downslope. I'm not sure this is the case in this particular area because soon after the earthquake, it has not been documented by a previous ROV dive. But in other places around the world, and even possibly in a previous site that we visited today, that could have happened at least in a small portion of the area we investigated. And Lisa, I leave you to the biology.
We're going to need to go over and start to. We've got scientists clamoring for push cores. So this scarp area is interesting. It's got really high densities of urchins and a lot of dead clams. The clams are probably dead because there's no longer the methane seepage to support them, would be my guess. But it's also possible that they've been eaten by octopus and other organisms. I don't think they're dead from predation, though. The bottom looks pretty hard, so I don't see any way to, wouldn't you say it's like rock under us?
Yeah,
So there isn't any way to take push cores here. So we're hoping that as we head over to the waypoint marked, does it say depression there? Yeah, that we're gonna find a sediment-filled area that can be cored successfully. Right now, what we have is a dusting of just a few millimeters of sediment sitting on top of rock. Does any of this look like coreable sediment? Eulohio's asking for cores here, and I'm thinking we're on rock, basically.
Yeah, it seemed pretty sturdy. I mean, we can do a scientific poke if you'd like, but it seems fairly rocky.
Do you see a hole?
Is this an otter?
Some human debris? You guys love that? Piece of a ladder or something, a frame. Well, all right, let's look and see if there's sediment here.
Looks like there's a slight, about 20 meters ahead on Sonar.
Okay.
A little bit of a dip. Is that what we're looking for?
We're looking for a big depression, but we're in the vicinity of it right now, is that what it says?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see if it's coreable here. I'm still not convinced that there's a thick sediment layer here, but let's give it a try. I mean, really, we need to just poke with one core and see what the substrate looks like. If it looks like there's not much sediment here, we'll just shake out the core and put it back.
That sounds agreeable to me.
Yeah. It's just a check. Yep. Well, there's some sediment here. There we go. Looks good. So we are potentially in the sedimented depression. So now we have to decide, the microbiologist, where's Erin? You don't want these cores, do you? Pachi wants one, right? So we need 5 for you? We're gonna want a bunch here. What?
High background with no spike, but a high baseline. 50, 55 ppm, just ambient, hot water. It's kind of wild.
Sorry. I'm gonna text Jeff for a second opinion while you're putting in yellow notes.
I mean, these could be your background, if you wanna call them background, but there is methane in the water.
Yeah. Jeff already texted, probably not here.
Okay, well, we'll take Eloios, and Pachi wants one.
What's the total number you want here?
5, 6, 7.
7?
Do we have a whiteboard on that for this?
We are right, you can get up and read what it says on that green dot.
Depression, sage, spike.
Thank you.
Sports.
You can, to the right hand side. Let the RV, and I'll push the,
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just have to pick up here. Just rotate it where we are.
I need to straighten it around a little bit. I need to straighten this.
Would you like this straightened out or just as it is?
I think just leave it and punch some more, and I think it'll probably be okay for biology. So this site is, it's not too far from where we saw a lot of dead clams, near a fracture zone and a small scarp. Scott's telling us our baseline methane is pretty high. What is it? Oh, it's gone.
It's around 50, 55.
Nanomolar? Or
I-
micromolar?
Yeah, I think. It's around.
So
50,
What's his unit?
50 microreturn.
Micro what? Microatmospheres, okay. So basically, the whole area has some methane in the overlying waters, but you know, clearly it's not all behaving like a active seep. So this region is somewhere between background and transition. There's sediment tubes visible on the surface, so clearly there's a lot of infauna. The push cores taken here are for the biologist Elogia Soto, who's the chief scientist on board, and he will be quantifying both the macrofauna, which are animals retained on a 0.5 millimeter mesh, and the myofauna, animals retained on a 45 micron mesh. These would be small polychaetes, crustaceans, arthropods. Many phyla would be living underground here in the mud. We don't see them on the surface, but there may be somewhere between 1 and 5,000 animals per square meter, these small invertebrates. Benthic ecologists usually count the animals, quantify the taxonomic composition, but also measure biodiversity, sometimes the biological traits of these animals, and other interesting features. We compare them around the world. So we take quantitative cores like this in different places and different settings. How many are out? There are 4 out there now?
Yeah.
So we need 3 more.
What do you want to do?
Trace mass,
Okay.
yes.
Hold on. So we're getting kind of close here, so I may just. Before we do the next 3 minutes, do you want to make sure these are going to hold?
That's a good idea,
Yeah.
but I sort of assumed they would because they went in so far, but
Yeah, I did
that's a
too,
really
when I
good
did
point.
rise, yeah.
Well, is there a way that you can recover one that's not gonna disturb the whole place, I guess? Have you, or at least maybe put in one more, look at these 5. Try for these 5.
Try to get like move it. Angle on it, so you go straight down. We don't move this level off. We're getting close to these ones. Yes, a little bit. Nice.
Actually, Pachi, well, we need one for Pachi, so we need a minimum of 6, but. If you wanna try punching this and then recovering it right away.
Yeah.
Let's just take a look at how well it'll.
Let's get it right. I'm gonna leave the thrust on. Nice and easy. Are you gonna pull this one or are you just going off of it?
Take this one
You
off
can
right away.
recover it.
Yeah, so when it's done all the way, you like a little bit of shake back and forth so you can try to break off a plug in there. You just don't go forward anymore, so we're getting really close to 6 on the right now.
And you can put it in any quiver, doesn't matter where. So right now, we're just testing to make sure these sediments are consolidated enough to stay inside the cores before we punch any more. Do you have to move?
Yeah, because we're just.
No, you're good.
Now we're gonna have to move. On the porch.
Yeah.
The stuff that you know. It's right up against there.
You can see two-tone sediment, red on the top and grayish on the bottom. Okay, so we've got our answer. The sediments are consolidated enough, right?
Yeah.
We can't punch one more before you move.
We can try to punch one if you can grab one of these. We're so close on here that I don't want to risk the stuff moving and then we wipe out the ones that are pointed. It's already, I can't bring the porch out anymore, this time ran really close, number 6. So, I can just really quickly try to come up and spin us. If you're happy with that, just, I really don't want
Okay.
to smash the over.
Okay, but we do need to punch one more, and I just don't want to kick up a bunch of mud that's going to cover the bottom.
We can,
Yeah.
we can put one in too, because it looks fine right now. It's just,
Let's put one more in.
Just put some gums on it.
oh, the Jones are not, yeah. I had to pull this back because we're right on top of number 6.
How many are in the bottom now? We have one out here.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more in the bottom.
Yeah, so if you need to grab number 4, that's easier, because that's all the porch we got.
But we need to punch one or two more, so I see number 4 over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this will be our 6th.
So Pachi will. You can do the same where you can recover this one if it's easy. Do that. Though I know they like to have a picture and
Where do you want to go with that guy?
I'll put it back right in 4.
where was 9 taken relative to the one we just took? Is it next to it?
Yeah. Bring off to the right. Bring closer to the center.
Thank you.
This is all we're gonna do here?
I'm gonna want one more, well, 7 total, so I think there's, how many are on the bottom?
Mark, try to pick this one up.
It's gonna be better to move. So I'm gonna just knock this back here. Alright, nice and easy. Okay. So, Una Mas or retrieve these guys.
Maybe put one more in. I think this would be a good place for dummy data. I'm not sure what
Which
it's
one you want?
exactly after, but this is the feature.
I keep highlighting.
It's near the place he's
Right, I was gonna say.
interested in. Does anybody know how to get in touch with him?
I can see if he's in the computer room real quick.
Yeah, maybe run in there, just see, ask him if he wants. I mean, we're punching another core now for him, so.
Maybe.
A little forward check. Activate. And then over here. Rotate fish up. One more.
Needs to be someplace not disturbed.
That's not very much help, though, is it?
Yeah, it's-
Which number is this one? The one we're punching? Thank you.
You can recover it if you want,
Okay.
whatever is easy. That's easy and saves time. No,
No.
this is 7.
Just report covering.
You might wanna get 5 and 6 first, and go to the front row, and maybe one porch to get the other ones in the back.
These push cores are 7 centimeters in diameter on the inside. One of the things the biologists do is calculate the surface area of the core. That would be pi r squared, where r is the radius of 3.5 centimeters. And then we count the number of animals per core and multiply by 10,000 divided by the surface area to figure out how many animals there are per meter squared. And that's the standard way we present densities in the peer-reviewed literature so that we can compare densities of animals in sediments all around the world. Look at that beautiful two-tone sediment. So there's almost some kind of turbidity layer, or possibly the result of the earthquake. I don't know. What would make that uniform? How do you know what would make the layer of gray?
Yes, yeah, it's typical from the zone, Concepción de en esta zona de Concepción hay una capa gris bastante extendida bajo el sedimento más fangoso. Obviamente en las zonas superficiales el fango cambia de color, en las zonas más someras tienen un color más verdoso, en estas zonas más profundas no es tan de ese tipo de color, que se asocia también mucho con la producción primaria. La composición del material orgánico le da un tono oscuro verdoso en superficie. En esta zona estamos un poco en una zona más oxigenada, el sedimento no es tan oscuro, pero bajo esa capa de fango hay una capa gris bastante notoria.
So in English, what did you just say?
I was
What
telling,
makes the gray layer? Is it reduced sediment?
no, the gray layer is not a reduced sediment. It's, we really don't know what is really, but the sediment are not reduced in this layer. The organic material is very low, and it's observed on shelf sediments of Concepcion. And it can be extended by several centimeters below the mud on superficial sediments.
Thank you. So we just had a swimmer polychaete go by or something like that. These are nice deep sediment cores. It's almost like the jellyfish is homing in on the disturbed sediments. Probably to see if there's anything to eat. Looks like clay, the gray, pretty compacted. Those are great. Thank you so much. Perfect course.
Yes.
So we're at the watch change now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are
we at the watch change or are you guys coming in live?
You're welcome.
Welcome.
So are we pretty much in the depression site or is it not?
Yes, we were like, basically, so we're within 9 meters of it from here. So we went right up to everything.
So we should go, but do we ever go down?
It was pretty flat, so there was some small indentation, I think like about 20 meters from where we are. There was no obvious like,
So I'm wondering whether it's worth looking around. Probably.
just take a spin with the sonar and just see it how it, something super obvious. We did our initial class.
Thank you.
How's the view? It's good.
Do you want one? Yes.
No nuances?
Oh, yeah, great.
One more?
Oh, yeah, you want one this.
He flagged this in one where
But it's taken.
Yeah, but it's,
did he flag did he come out?
So we are gonna wanna fire another a niskin here. Number 2. Let you write it down. So you've seen what we've seen, but there's supposed to be a depression here that people thought would have bacterial mats, so it's worth just one turn around the area to try to hit that waypoint. And then to the southeast a little bit is a site that they're certain has bubbles. It's a little ways away, but that would be the next waypoint. Let's see if I can get them to zoom out on the mounds.
Okay, 2 fire. 2 is fine.
new? ¿Y no se lee nada?
Okay, I'm signing off everybody and turning over to Greg Rouse for the next one.
Greg.
It's those two waypoints down there, right?
Oh, sí, no me tocaba.
Here we are up there. So one that says large mound. Large mound.
This push bar, toma los puntos. Esto. Ah, no, esto lo cayó. Dos.
Greg, what is this? This is a new paper?
Fancy.
But for what? What we
No,
should
it's
do?
not, and that's, I don't know.
And
what
it's
that
not
is.
readable. I mean, yellow in a dark room.
This belongs to the pilots, not
But
us.
everybody knows.
Really?
Yeah, she has, and I give it to her so I can have. So,
Don't worry about it. Worry about ours. Yeah.
okay, this is not signing. Okay, so it's correct?
Four.
Four?
Four.
Yes.
I
Greg,
did another place.
We're done.
So, yeah, sorry. I didn't wait.
Abbiamo, bueno,
Coral.
Part of it.
sea urchin,
Ah, no, sí. Ah, no. ¿Qué dice? Ah, no,
sonicals.
conical.
Y esto lo tengo. Eso
Eso
está
está rayado,
cancelado.
sí.
Ya, por eso que no se tienen que escribir en la...
Lápiz.
Vale, ya
Está.
está.
Ah,
Ya, perfecto.
Esto
parece que no lo tenemos que
Just
utilizar.
give him the first five.
No,
and
no sé qué es, pero
every day,
seguro no es mío.
Hachi get-
Okay.
Hachi-
I'll
we
just
should
write.
ask Hachi which one she wants.
Alovia, Hachi. Okay. Okay, thanks. Hi, Scott. Hi, Ben.
Good morning.
Let's take off and
Forward.
we'll go around, circle around the waypoint. We're looking for a different bacterial map.
Greg.
So this, M3 depression. That,
They took,
So,
they took push coral. They didn't took anything.
first of all, I caught right on me. But just so you know, the markers that are labeled M3 are not the exact location. It's where we noted it. So it could be to the west or east
Hachi,
because it's along the swamp.
Hachi, uno de estos.
so we should do a.
Hachi, uno de estos. Greg. We have an issue. Who is the owner of this? Because otherwise we need to close the the niskin boat tank.
We did the niskin already. 2 is done.
When?
Finished, 1300.
Ah, they didn't.
That just happened while we were changing.
Okay.
And this is the owner, so the course.
Thank you. Hachi.
Was following the fish. There's giant fish in the city.
Niskin 2 was done at 1500.
Niskin boat for 2 is done at 3 o'clock.
Good morning, afternoon, everybody. It's just afternoon. Greg Rouse here. I'm here with Anna Radama for the next few hours with Fernanda and Peter logging for us, and our trusted pilots Scott and Ben, and Julianne's handling the feed. So we've had a bit of sampling. We're still looking for a really active seepage area, but we're especially looking for active microbial mats and sediment.
So, the M3 targets on here,
I think there's a depression around
we
here.
either go north or south. And so the swath of the multi-beam, we couldn't estimate the exact position. So what we did was we put it
exactly where the RV was. Under the understanding that it could be 20 meters to the east or 20 meters to the west.
Well, right now I'm going with the current and it's horrible. So, west or east would be nice. And north, south would be preferable.
Well,
I mean, I don't think you're transecting, I think we're just.
Yeah, we're just sort of looking if anything shows up on the radar. It's somehow, but we are gonna hit that. Swing, swing west and loop around.
And go the long
It's,
way and almost the full turn.
Oh, okay.
We'll go west, but turn this way. Unfortunately. Just stand back in the cloud. Take that style.
Bit shallow, 685. We've seen a little bit of classic seep, but nothing like we saw yesterday. So we're on the hunt for that, but we're particularly looking for some sediment we can call that'll be useful for the microbiologist tonight. Seeing a lot of white regular urchins here. They've been very abundant at this site.
No, very far from it. Cool.
We had the ship map over this region last night, and then this morning when the dive started, the mapping team had the ROV and used their M3 mapping system. And that gives us a good idea of where to look for seeps. The combination, of course, is great. There's a lot of carbonate here, a lot of hash of clams. And the methane sensor really suggests there's methane in a lot of areas around here, but at low concentration. And what we'd like is a higher concentration area for the biology purposes.
So if you joined us recently, we're on Sebastian Dive 736. We're about 70 kilometers off the coast of Chile, off Concepcion, if you want to look it up. And this is a famous methane seep area, the Concepcion methane seep area. It's been visited by ROV about 20 years ago. And, no, 15 years ago. And we're the second expedition to come here, but for that purpose, but there's been sampling otherwise. It's characterized this place pretty well, so we're going to elaborate on that, plus get great imagery and more samples. And wonderful mapping being done by the geology team. Coring will be done here. We're going to have gravity coring, we'll have multi-coring at night, CTDs to measure water parameters. So there's about 24 of us on board from the science party, plus some BBC crew who's hoping to do some filming. They got some wonderful footage further north at El Quisco. Can we have a look at that dark area there, please? I think it's probably too rocky.
It's your extended depression. Inside the depression? Yeah.
You've got us.
He's ready inside it.
We're in it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we can core this, but we could slope it. Bit of sloping, please, Ben.
So you want to slope the dark part?
Yeah, the dark part, just the surface part. We'll see what comes in.
Okay, like just the surface. You're not going to dig in half an inch.
We'll have a look after you've done the surface and see if anything shows up. We haven't done any suction sampling today. What are we on? Yeah, good question. Let's go for 3, please, Scott.
3?
So we're just going to slope this little mat. It's definitely too rocky here to try and core and too small. Let's see what kind of animals we'll get. It's probably quite sulfidic owing to the colour, but the white is. And Ben's just going to rumble around there to get the surface. I'm interested if there might be any live clams underneath, but we couldn't see any siphons.
So just all the way up.
How's that? Right.
You could dig it in a little bit, Ben.
Okay.
Yeah, I see a lot of tubes. That would be good. Yeah, that's great. Perfect. It's a delicate balance between getting enough to find the diversity and not filling the chamber, so we have so much sediment it's hard to find anything. So Ben's a master at this. Scott, can we have a look at that? Oh yeah, there's clams here. Okay. It just pulled down. I know there's a live clam there, but we might index and go to a coarser mesh and slope a bit more. Okay, that's great. Thanks, Ben. I think we'll keep going though with a different canister.
Course is 5.
We'll go to 5.
What starts the course? Okay. Then.
So there's some live clams up here, Ben. You could just dig in and try and get some clams out.
This one, right?
Yeah, just in there. Definitely saw some live ones. See if this works. Oh yeah, that's the siphon going there. The clam's still there. Yeah, or over a bit. You could, yeah. I think there might be quite a few live. Oh yeah, you can see live clams. And back here, there's another live clam. Great.
Keep pointing, right?
Yeah, I think we can. Okay. Yeah, I think that's, hopefully we've got a few there. Thanks, Ben. Thank you. So that is slopes 3 and 5.
3 and 5.
3 and 5.
Yeah.
So we'll run those suction samples through a sieve tonight. Hopefully we've got some live clams. There's about 7 known species from here. As I said, there's been some good survey work done here before. All the clams have symbiotic bacteria associated with them, but they come from 3 different groups. So we're interested to try and get as many of those as we can. And then associated with bacteria or map there will probably other little animals that we'll be trying to sieve out and look at tonight. Anna, you want to talk Spanish about the Corpina? Introduce the expedition today. Okay, we could go south. Thanks.
So there's a little scarf or like
Yeah?
going down there.
Sounds good.
Sí, está escrito aquí, chiquito.
Sorry, while she's talking, I'm just gonna scoot your mic a bit. Let me know if this is bothering you or in your way or anything.
Oh, that's fine.
It's just I
That was
want
a
to
bit low.
change the angle because you're a bit quiet, and sometimes that happens because these are very precise. There we go. Thank you.
Bueno, ahora nos encontramos frente a Concepción, en una zona así. Nos embarcamos el 9 de octubre en el Falcon 2. Ahora nos encontramos haciendo muestreo junto con el ROP. Hemos recolectado muestras de sedimento con pushcore, sedimentos biológicos, coral, erizos. También hemos utilizado este tipo de aspiradora. Bueno, ahora podemos ver que está pasando una raya. Se encuentran a bordo científicos chilenos de distintas instituciones, la Universidad del Paraíso, Universidad Católica de Valparaíso, Universidad de Chile. Y bueno, cada uno está haciendo distintos estudios con distintos objetivos. Bueno, yo, Fernando Rego, acá a bordo estoy a cargo del muestreo de zooplancton, el cual es realizado mediante lances de red bongo. El tipo de muestreo es de arrastre. Realizamos 2 lances por zona, un lance profundo, idealmente de 1000 metros, y un lance de 300 metros. Esto es con la finalidad de conocer la morfología externa del ictioplancton, de larvas de peces. Y esto además poder relacionarlo con condiciones ambientales.
Bridge, okay, position.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, Eric.
Morning, Ben. How are you?
Wunderbar. Do you want to look at any of these?
Wunderbar.
We already did.
These corals? Yes, this morning. Thanks.
A few targets have been given to us by the mappers, so we're just transiting south now, hoping to find a more active area. I mean, there's looking everywhere you see those white clams. Those are all those 6 or 7 species I told you of chemosynthetic clams, whose gills are filled with bacteria that are using hydrogen sulfide as food. Coming up on a little patch of them now. The lacy kind of white structure you can see there is not a coral. There's a lot of it on the bottom here. It's rhizoan. And then there are octocorals, of course.
Is this of interest? Keep going.
No, we'll keep going. Thanks, Scott. We really want some bacterial mats that are sediment. It's been challenging. Or a big mound with lots of tubeworms and things to sample.
Well, we're coming up on the tubeworm now.
Okay.
Supposedly.
Well, they can tell with the mapping. Now they can tell now. So this could be good.
Search left and right.
Yeah.
Suspect over there.
Well, it's a mound.
They have, no? Is that same? Oh, 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 that is big. Yeah.
Do you want to talk about this?
Oh. Okay, can we just put that the laser just to have an idea of how big is this black coral? Just to have an idea. Oh, that is very big. Looks like.
Well over a meter by 2 meters.
Ah, look it. So, the laser, the point laser are 10 centimeter, right? So, wow. Thanks. Okay. So we are just went across to a very big black coral. It's an extra coral. So the polyps have 6 tentacles on. And this is the first time that we see a huge specimen like with these size. Actually, you can see the laser, the green dots at the bottom, and then the distance is 10 centimeters. So you can imagine how big is this black coral. And we see that also a lot of squat lobster are on it. And it's really, really, really nice. Oh, that is huge. En español, acabamos de encontrarnos con un coral negro. Estos son corales en un ejemplar muy, muy grande. De hecho, los láser que están puntando ahora en verde tienen una distancia de 10 centímetros. Son un coral negro, como dije antes, tiene unos pólipos con 6 tentáculos y es el primer ejemplar que vemos tan grande o que hemos encontrado hasta ahora tan grande y alberga también unos cuantos langostinos por encima, así que estamos encantados con eso, está súper bonito. Okay.
pull back a little bit and have the lasers off. And I think if we iris down a little to get the two crabs a little bit less bright, I think that'll be a great shot.
You want laser off?
Lasers off, but just iris down.
It's beauty shot time, Ben.
Beauty shot time.
Can I take a look at it?
Yes, go for it.
Thank you.
One down on the arms.
One.
Mm-hmm.
There's two kinds of crabs on this coral. There's all squat lobsters.
Sorry.
And there's also tiny little crabs called Characterize that are only found on these kind of crabs. You want to sample this?
No, I think we already sampled the same this morning. Thanks.
Okay, we're not going to sample this, we're just having a look at it because it's so magnificent and big. Okay. You happy, Sophia?
Just 5 seconds. Daddy, perfect. Thank you.
That's great. Oh, we've even got a macro. Yeah, okay, that could be the shot of the day. You can see a little chirostylid crab down there on the right. We won't sample. We'll move on to the, see if there's another mound here.
Stuff
Yeah. It's a great flytrap anemone there on the left. But in terms of methane, this is reasonably inactive. There's a lot of clams there at the bottom, but not a lot of other seep indicating fauna. Got a lot of other carbonate. Here, there could be some rocks we might pick up for Lisa.
Okay.
So Lisa 11 on this cruise is after rocks that can be picked up and isolated and then carefully assessed for what is on them. So we keep an eye out for loose rocks that have fauna on them.
Anything looking right in there?
I think we could maybe try these, a couple of these rocks here.
Can you point at it again, Brent?
Can we, yeah, what do you think about that? Maybe the lasers will tell us.
Oh, okay, pick that up.
Could pick it up? Yeah.
Good, we're there.
Yes, please. Oh, yeah, that's a nice rock. It's got a little octocoral on it, some kind of foram branching, and lots of tubes. You could go in 4A, or 1 is free, or 2B is free.
Which one was that? Four? Sure. Good.
Yeah.
A or B, does it matter?
A, please.
A.
Don't want to squash the urchin.
I'm not hitting that. Let me know when I'm hitting the close.
So each rock goes in its own compartment. We have 4 of these boxes on, 8 compartments, but you can.
Just one. I don't know if that's a piece.
The other one with the coral on
Oh,
it? Or maybe a bit far away.
oh, the one in the back.
That one? Or, oh, the one down here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
That might be part of it.
Great. Yes, please. Zoom in. So it's definitely a carbonate, and we can see lots of different things: sponges, hydroids, draping, foraminiferae. Okay. Thanks. Box 1, maybe? B1? Yes, either side on B1. Thanks, Ben.
Wait, Archie?
Okay. Let's carry on. See if any of these mounds around here is active. Is this where they flag tubeworm wash?
Yes.
Okay.
It was just a mound though, Craig. It was just the shape of it was similar to the ones at El Quicio, hence the naming.
I see. Okay. How's the methane here, Scott?
Very high baseline, but nothing peaking here.
Yeah.
This whole area has somewhere between 50 and 60 microatmosphere baseline.
I think that's tubeworms back there, Scott.
Yeah, those are.
Yeah, we've got a nice little active area coming up here. A lot of clams, a cluster of tubeworms. So
We named it well.
Oh. Sorry.
carbonate, different shapes of the tubeworms. And maybe some more rocks we can pick up here that are pretty adjacent to the active site. We might want to rocks because they're really close to the active area.
Swing around.
Yeah, thanks. And then we can get some good images as well. Yeah, we've got a little plateau, lots of clams. It's really rich. And then that ledge has a lot of tubeworms coming out from it.
Greg, can you close up this water a certain moment?
Yeah.
Here? Yeah, because it's
Before we sample.
up to you.
Rocks first, I assume.
Rock with coral.
Coral.
Can we zoom on the
Opportunistic.
coral? Thanks. It's Anna's favourite coral. She can talk about her coral.